With over 20,000 books, including the complete Loeb Classical Library and the complete Tatti Renaissance Library, and several other important book sets, this long-form, in-depth bookshelf tour is by far the largest ever attempted on YouTube, broadcast television, or anywhere else. It's also the most expensive. This collection would cost over $1 million to acquire piece by piece today, because the owner of this library was able to start building his collection during the early days of the internet era. Books that might cost $20 or $30 today were available for $1 or $2. My guest today is Dr. David Butterfield, Provost and Professor of Latin at Ralston College. He spent 2 decades studying, teaching, and researching classics at the University of Cambridge before resigning his position to join Ralston College, located across the pond in Savannah, Georgia, so that he could lead the kind of serious and rigorous humanities program he argues is no longer possible at the University of Cambridge. Dr. Butterfield has written several articles on the decline and fall of university education and classics education in particular, and you can find links to all those articles in the bonus resources that go along with this video in the first link in the description. We also discussed these issues, including the history of classics education, later on in the tour, which you can find in the timestamps in the video description. I also asked Dr. Butterfield about his own education and his path to the University of Cambridge, and we discussed the languages he learned along the way, including French, German, Latin, and Greek. Book sets we cover in depth include the Loeb Classical Library, the Tatti Renaissance Library, both published by Harvard University Press, and the complete Oxford Classical Texts Library, and how they compare to the Cambridge classical texts and commentaries, plus the Teubner Library of Greek and Latin Texts, and the lesser-known but highly regarded Valpy's Latin Classics, and a wild card, an approximately 80% complete collection of the very short Introduction series by Oxford University Press, which now has nearly 800 volumes in the set. After filming this tour over 3 separate sessions, I asked Dr. Butterfield if he could independently film 3 additional videos, each 10 to 25 minutes long, going into more detail on some of the key sets we encountered during this tour. Those 3 videos are appended at the end of the main tour within this video. Please see the video description for the timestamps for these 3 bonus in-depth sessions, which go into detail I've never seen before anywhere on YouTube on the history and professional use cases for each item. The first session is about Dr. Butterfield's most recent large acquisition, which arrived after we filmed the main sessions for this tour, the 83-volume Pauly-Wissowa Encyclopedia of Classical Studies. In the second session, I asked Dr. Butterfield to explain how he uses the Oxford Classical Texts Library and the Teubner Library of Greek and Latin Texts, which are both core libraries for any classic scholar. For the grand finale, Dr. Butterfield delved into the Loeb Classical Library and how he uses it as a professional classicist, despite being able to read classical works in their original Latin and Greek via the Teubners, OCTs, and other scholarly sources. In many ways, these 3 sessions were the highlight of the tour for me, so make sure you don't miss out on these important bonus sessions. I should also note that there's 3 additional resources on this YouTube channel if you're a fan of the Loebs. Number 1 is the 3-hour tour that I did of the offices in Cambridge, Massachusetts of Harvard University Press. The first time there's ever been a tour of their offices. Second, there's a playlist on this channel of all the bookshelf tours that I've done that feature the Loeb Classical Library. And third, there's a multi-part video series with another guest who also has the complete Loeb Classical Library, and all 3 of those links will be down below in the video description. Before we jump in, just a quick note that there's some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. The first bonus is a shared folder where you can download all the high-resolution photos of Dr. Butterfield's library. You'll also get a resources spreadsheet, which will give you links for where you can find some of the key books, articles, and other resources we talked about in this tour. You'll also get my classics resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details for the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library and other similar sets from Harvard University Press, as well as other publishers of facing page translation libraries. You'll also get a free book where I gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55 plus hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the past couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all these free bonus resources. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all of my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There are 2 courses and 1 program that I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the subjects we cover in this tour. The first is my Self-Directed Learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps like learning project organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action directly and through a program of deliberate practice. The second item is the Renaissance program, my guide to building an encyclopedic mind through the classics, the great books, and the best of modern knowledge. We live in a world that rewards specialization, so it can feel almost impossible to recover the kind of broad, well-rounded education earlier eras took for granted. This program gives you a lifelong framework for organizing your learning across history, geography, ideas, facts, literature, human nature, society, and the transcendent, so you can understand the major branches of knowledge, how they fit together, and develop unique creative insights that are only possible with this kind of broad-based learning. Please click the third link in the description to learn more about the Renaissance program. The third item is the Polyglot course and is designed to help you learn multiple languages in parallel so you can read the great classic works and contemporary academic books and papers in their original languages. In this course, I share my unique methodology for language learning that solves all the major problems that cause so many people to give up on a language after a few weeks or months of study. Please click the fourth link in the description to learn more about the 12 classic and modern languages included in this one-of-a-kind course. If you'd like to learn more about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the fifth link in the description where you can view my complete course catalog. And now let's get into the bookshelf tour with Dr. David Butterfield. Okay, so David, thanks a lot for joining us and doing this bookshelf tour. And maybe you could start off by just saying a little bit about your background and how you've built your collection and organized it.
Of course. Well, thank you, first of all, Timothy, for inviting me onto your channel. It's always a great pleasure to talk about books, and a particular pleasure to do so with people like you who love books. So I'm a classicist. I spend my professional time teaching and researching the ancient world. I work mostly on Latin literature, but you can't study Latin without knowing Greek. So I spend a lot of time really ranging around ancient time and space in my studies. And what we'll be looking at today is the portion of my books which are to do with classics. That is the majority of my collection. We're in my office here, and this room is almost entirely dedicated to Latin. And then later on, we'll go through to the library, where there's a much wider range of books about the classical world. So I'm currently the provost of Ralston College, which is a new humanities college based in Savannah in Georgia, which focuses on studying the humanities right from the ancient Greek world and by teaching ancient Greek as a spoken language from the get-go. My own training was as a classicist in Britain, at Cambridge, where I spent 20 years teaching and researching. But a few years ago, I realized things can be done better by upholding certain principles of rigor and linguistic excellence. So I joined Ralston, and I'm very happy there as it stands.
Nice. So we're at your desk here in your office, and I thought we would start with looking at the books on your desk because they're sort of right at hand and the ones that are quite important to have easy access to. So maybe you could just take us from left to right and tell us what each of these books are and why they're important.
Of course. So yes, this is my working desk. And fundamentally, as a classicist, there are certain reference works which you need to own. And then among those, there are certain that you need literally to have to hand. So on the right-hand side, going left to right here, we have one of the major works of 20th century lexicography, the Oxford Latin Dictionary, which is without question the most authoritative work on Latin up to the year AD 200. Now, Latin survives, of course, in various ways right through to the present day. So there's a lot that is not in the Oxford Latin Dictionary, but it's a wonderful work. I've got copies spread around the house, so it's so important is it to me. Now, the natural parallel of the Oxford Latin Dictionary is this, which is Lewis and Short, a rather battered copy which I've had for years. And although lexicographically, Lewis and Short is an inferior work, it has the great virtue of taking seriously Latin from the 3rd and 4th centuries, and indeed to the early 5th. And what that means is some of the major developments going on in Latin when Christianity started to enter that language are represented in the work. So any serious Latinist needs both the OLD and LNS, Lewis and Short. This between them is a dictionary I make a huge amount of use of, but it's the other way around. It's English to Latin. And you might think that that's the kind of book that doesn't have much use, but actually, if you spend your time trying to express yourself in Latin rather than just translating out of Latin, it's an incredibly useful work. And these two Americans, well, Smith was British, but Hall was active in America, produced in the 1870s the best English to Latin dictionary, now 150 years ago, but it's without comparison in terms of how excellent the Latin is. So I make really daily use of those three works. Next to them are things on the Greek side, basically of the same character. There's the recent Cambridge Greek lexicon, which was a project that took about 30 years' work, and I spent a brief time on the team myself. Then the famous Liddell and Scott in the last edition it had, which is the 9th. And then another English to Greek dictionary. This one's Woodhouse's from the 1910s, a brilliant work. And then these two I make occasional use of. One is effectively focusing on New Testament Greek, Green's account of not just the vocabulary of the New Testament, but synonyms throughout it. And this very interesting recent work by Christophe Rico of the Polis Institute, which is based in Jerusalem, which is the first of a 7-volume undertaking to create a resource for spoken Greek. That is to say, speaking ancient Greek, but in the manner of really classical Attic Athenian Greek. And this only came out last year. It's arranged thematically, so by topic rather than by word. And it's a very exciting project. As I say, Ralston College teaches its students Greek from scratch, and we try to live Greek as a living, active language. So that's very much helps me with my own preparation for teaching and talking. On the other side of the stereo, it's a more eclectic mix with less direct focus on the classics. You've got here Fowler's Dictionary of Modern English Usage, a work everyone needs to own, incredibly interesting and important. In a similar spirit, Brewer's Dictionary of Phrase and Fable, one of the most interesting books ever written, way back in the late 19th century, but here we're now into the 17th edition. The others are a bit more random. I'm currently reading Jowett's version of Plato's Republic, largely for his notes. Smaller version of Liddell and Scott is just easier in the hand. That's the so-called middle Liddell, rather than the little Liddell and the biggle Liddell. What else? Yep, 2 dictionaries about classical authors. Smith's Dictionary of Antiquities and Lempriere's famous classical dictionary. This is a strange thing I acquired quite recently, actually, which is it's a collection of proverbs, but as you can see, published in Budapest in the late 19th century, and it describes itself as a florilegium, an anthology of proverbs from the entirety of Latinity. And the headwords give you a word such as cucurbita, which means cucumber, and you can see that in Apuleius. You can be balder than a cucumber, which I suppose is true. Anyway, it's an interesting assembly of Latin proverbs from really 24 centuries of Latin. So that's quite fun. So those are the things I have immediately to hand. Obviously, over on that wall, there are grammars of all sorts for Latin. Down here are lots of little handbooks and anthologies and the like. So I try to keep to hand things that are useful day to day, but some things require me to stand up and move.
Now, do you, in that Cambridge Greek lexicon, do you have any words in there that you're responsible for?
Certainly there are words where I did the legwork, as it were, but the major figures behind the project, chiefly James Diggle, Professor Diggle, would always go over any work. But yeah, I did the early phases of Sigma.
Oh,
So
wow.
I can recall working through hundreds of slips of different instances up until about the time of Plutarch, so 2nd century AD, where these words come up. So I have deep memories of sackcloth, of the strange etymology of sarcasm, which ultimately goes back to sarx, the flesh. The idea that when you're being sarcastic, sarkadster here, you're somehow pulling the lips back as a dog would, grimacing, which reveals the flesh of the mouth. And then that leads into the idea of sarcasm, when a human would make a similar expression with the lips.
Wow.
So yeah, Sigma Alpha to early Sigma Epsilon was where I spent most of my time. But it was slow and painstaking work. I mean, that was
When
probably
was that?
that was when I was an undergraduate. So that would be sort of 2005.
And that was all paper slips?
There were paper slips as part of the work, but actually most of the slips had been pulled from the Perseus Digital Library, and so they were digital slips to work through. But in principle, the practice was exactly like the work on the OLD and indeed on the OED, and indeed on with LSJ, Little Scott and Jones back in the day. But yeah,
And
here
that
I am.
Perseus is Tufts University's digital.
That's right. Yeah. A really impressive project of the late 90s, early noughties, by Crane and Co. at Tufts. And although in some sense the software has moved on, it's almost unique in the contribution it has made to digital classics in the last generation.
Are you involved at all in the Polis, that book? I forget what it was called, but the spoken Greek. Are you involved in that at all, or just?
Conversations are going on about widening involvement, which may involve people involved at Ralston, but this is very much up in the air. There are three people behind it as it stands. Christophe, Rico being one of them, and then Camille Demouchy, and there's a third person who isn't named here, but I know is working on the next volume. That will probably appear at a rate of each volume every 2 or 3 years. So it will take 2 decades to get to the longed for volume 7.
Do you know why the French is included there? It's English French.
I think partly because Christophe is French, but also it broadens. You know, it's not hard to introduce a second modern vernacular in work like this. And my sense is that because it's the native language of Christophe Rico, he felt it was quite a simple thing to do. So for every entry here, we've got the adverb randomly, acare, we have the French, and then the Greek, English, French, and that goes all the way through. But it's a remarkably cheap book, given how well made it is. You can get that for $50, which in the modern age is no bad thing.
And that radio you have right in the center, that's
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
Is it? Why?
Do you actually listen to the radio, or?
I occasionally listen to the radio, but mostly I listen to the medium that I think is the greatest of all music mediums, which is the CD. So
Yeah, we'll see your
I
CD case later, so we
they're
can
they're through
circle
next
back.
door. Yeah, but
Okay.
I've always worked with music, which I didn't think was strange, but a lot of people tell me they can't concentrate with music. But generally, if I'm working for 6 or 7 hours and I'm not in meetings, I would typically go through 8 or 9 albums. Um, so yeah, it's just how I like to work, and I find it a catalyst to work rather than a distraction. But
Even with lyrics, or is it usually non-lyrical?
no, it's almost entirely lyrical. It's
Oh,
mostly
wow.
modern music.
Wow.
There are times when I'll go for something either classical or instrumental, but no, mostly it's music from the last 60, 70 years.
And then if we turn around and look at the books behind you, there's another kind of shelf of stuff.
Yeah, so this is an amalgam of different things. Down here are some books which I basically read if I get bored during a meeting. Various assemblies and commonplace books and classical handbooks. If you ever see this book, I very much recommend one's buying a copy. Classical Handbook for Sixth Forms. Sounds rather dry and dull, but it's actually a school teacher's collection of everything that they thought students who were a bit more curious, wanting to go beyond the curriculum, might like to know. And it's a wonderful collection of 80 or 90 relatively random things to do with the ancient world. So here, there are some names of wines from the Roman world, and they've been arranged in the spirit of the 1855 classification. So there's Premier Cru and later growths and so on. And it's tried to rank by modern terms the quality of Roman wines. Very fun.
What age
So
is sixth form?
say again, sorry.
What age would be sixth form
Sixth
for
form
Americans?
would be people historically who are 16 or 17 and in their training to win a university scholarship and head off to study more classics there. But broadly speaking, the audience that would have been receiving that handbook in the 1950s would have already read more Latin and Greek than anyone in Europe now has read at the end of their university studies. So the sheer decrease of the amount of Latin and Greek read across all academia is massive, which is why you'll see spread around these shelves plenty of books which historically were for people at what you would call high school, but they're not to be looked down on for that reason, because both the teachers and the pupils had a level of experience and reading which dwarfs quite literally every undergraduate currently in education in the world in a Latin and Greek context. On the mantelpiece here are books which are more of an amalgam, but they're quite well. They're both of independent value and sentimental value to me. So we have here some works by one of my great heroes, Richard Pawson, who was a Hellenist and edited 4 plays of Euripides, as well as writing this famous letter about the comma Johanneum, the question of that verse of John. So these are all early 19th century. We have earlier books here by another hero of mine, Richard Bentley, who was active in the late 17th, early 18th century. His epistles on Phalaris, his editions of Menander, his adversary Boyle at Oxford trying to take him down, but then Bentley coming back and knocking him out. Yeah, so these are things which I like to look at, but they're a more mixed collection than what else is in here, which is fundamentally, as I said at the start, Latin.
Could you say a few words about those boxing gloves in the bottom?
Right.
I couldn't
Those
help
are,
noticing those.
yeah. So these are college boxing gloves from Ralston, and Ralston doesn't mandate boxing, but a lot of the students make use of the facilities we have, both of boxing space and kit, but also a coach comes in, and we've got some good boxers in the current cohort and past cohorts. So
Well,
I keep those there just to remind me that sometimes you've got to throw a punch in life.
there's that little set in the center that we didn't say anything about in the
Oh, these.
box. Yeah.
Yeah, I bought these from a local dealer, and what they are is, what would it be? Roughly 15 or 16 small editions, which are from that great publisher, the Gresham Publishing Company. And they are a mixture of 18th, 19th century prose. So we've got a translation of Thomas More's Utopia there, which was obviously originally Latin in the early 16th century. There are books by Thoreau, De Quincey, Emerson, Lamb, Thomas Carlyle, a bit of Ruskin. So they're just sort of a nicely coherent set of English prose from mostly the 19th and late 18th centuries.
And could you talk about that award you won for book collecting?
Oh, yes. Well, yeah, I don't mean to show this off, but everything's sort of got a place somewhere. Yeah, so I started collecting books only as an undergraduate, and I became an undergraduate in 2003. And I was in the right place at the right time, in that the internet hadn't yet taken off, which meant people didn't have a real sense of global rarity or non-rarity of books. And also a lot of people who had lived lives of collecting books in the 20th century were either downgrading or, more sadly, dying, and their collections were coming on the market in a big way. So therefore, there was a lot of stock coming into Cambridge, which is where I was based, but the prices were still, as it were, 20th century fair prices. So a lot of books, despite my not having that much money, were bought by me as an undergraduate, maybe over 3 years, a few thousand books, because lots and lots of good books could be bought for 50p or a pound, which sort of in modern terms, very roughly, would be for $1 or $1.50. And those books now, sometimes rightly, but mostly wrongly, would cost 15, 20, $30. I've got a lot to say about the state of the book market now and the good and bad things about it, but I'll save those remarks for later.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sorry. So this there's an American magazine called Fine Books and Collections, as you may well know, and they certainly at the time ran an annual collecting prize, which was focused on younger people. They clearly wanted to bring a younger generation into the idea of physically owning books and ephemera. And after I graduated, I entered a collection which was built around the history of classical scholarship. Some of the books I just showed you would have been part of it already, but I was very fortunate to win that prize, and they flew me out to Seattle, gave me a
Well,
big check, and I spent that check on one book at that book fair it was hosted at within about an hour.
what was the
So
book?
yeah, the book was a 1515, actually it was 1511 commentary of Lucriccius, the first commentary on this poet on whom I work. A very, very nice book. But one of the things I do, Timothy, which maybe is unusual, maybe it isn't, even if I get a really nice book that means a lot to me, I will occasionally sell it for other books. So I'm constantly churning things. And that book I ended up selling to an American university about 10 years ago. And out of it, I bought lots of other things. And I'm
Which
probably not far
university?
from. I wouldn't want to say, but there's a couple of universities in America that I've sold a decent number of things to. They have the money and the need, and sometimes I make the decision that I can convert, as it were, a book I have into lots of other books I want, and I'll wait for the moment to pounce so as to buy back, albeit from a different seller, that book that I'm missing. So I don't currently have Pius's commentary on Lucriccius, and that's the reason why.
So maybe we should go to the Lucriccius bookcase next.
Okay. Yep. So that's over here. As I say, what's in this room is either Latin texts or Latin grammars or commentaries. So ancient and modern cases where scholars have written on ancient texts, and everything here is either an edition or a commentary or a monograph, that is to say, a sort of scholarly book on Lucriccius. And I've tried to maximize shelf efficiency rather than any particular order. So that means there's a bit of a strange mix. Here we have the great 16th century commentary on Lucriccius by Lambinus, Denis Lambin, and next to it is the Delphin edition for Le Grand Dauphin, who was the heir to Louis XIV, but Louis XIV outlived him. The Delphin series of commentaries were a very big deal in the late 17th century. We then have 3 volumes of the early 19th century reboot of the Delphin Classics series. That's in 143 volumes, but I put the 3 Lucriccius ones in here, and the other 140 are next door, as we will see. But otherwise, this is a mixture of pretty much every edition of Lucriccius since the mid-16th century. Prior to that, things are just extremely expensive, and I'm not wealthy enough or monomaniacal enough to have spent all the money on getting the earliest editions. We know the first edition of Lucriccius to have been published in 1473, but there are only 4 copies in the world. So what I have to make do with over here is a facsimile of the so-called Princeps, the first edition of Lucriccius's De Rerum Natura, and this is a full-on facsimile of what one copy, printed in Brescia in the 1470s, looks like. So there's 4 incunable editions, that is to say 4 editions published before or in 1500. And then there's a handful through to the mid-16th century.
How would you compare that kind of illumination compared to, like, you see illuminated Bibles, but...
Yeah, I would say this is very low-grade stuff. It's, yeah, there's very little distinguished about it, and this A is a rather sorry affair. I mean, if you compared it to what is in here somewhere, I suppose, you know, you've got a collection of illuminated manuscripts at Cambridge, and that's a bit too early, but you'll see levels of artistry which are just on a completely different plane from whatever's going on in that printed edition. But as you'll know, Timothy, one of the oddities of the early printed book when it comes in the mid-15th century is that not only is it seen as newfangled, but it's thought to be quite ugly. So the most expensive versions of early printed books are printed on vellum and illuminated so as to look as much like an actual manuscript as possible. And those without illumination were thought to be vulgar and cheap. So it takes some time for the book, the printed book, to be treated on its own terms as an attractive thing. Anyhow, I could go on and on about Lucriccius. Is there anything in particular you would like?
Well, I think people might wonder why is it I mean, surely it's not just an aesthetic thing, but why have all of these older editions? Why not have just kind of,
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Well, so I work on Lucriccius in a technical sense, which means I care very deeply about trying to establish what actually that figure wrote in this amazing poem, De Rerum Natura, about the nature of the world and indeed of the universe, which he wrote in the 50s BC.
and we should probably just
Unfortunately,
say like De Rerum
yep, yep.
Natura, like when I was learning Latin, it was maybe one of the first books I ever read and extracts from. So
Oh,
it's
that's
not just a
wonderful.
random, for
No.
people that aren't familiar with Latin, this is sort of like one of the first things you would ever read and translate.
Yeah, well, I'm delighted you did read it. It's difficult both in style and in content, but it's so influential in the ancient world. It changes the lives of Virgil, of Horace, of Ovid. All of the works we associate with those poets are really shaped by the influence of Lucretius a generation earlier.
And could you
But
just
as I
say
was
what it
saying,
is, like what it's about for people that are unfamiliar,
yeah,
like what is it?
it's
Hmm.
fundamentally it's a poem that seeks to change the reader's life. It's an attempt to promote the Hellenistic doctrine of Epicureanism, devised by Epicurus, which took the atomic theory of Democritus, which we now take for granted because it's true, but in antiquity was regarded as an absurd and ridiculous idea, that there are these tiny particles at some point that can no longer be cut apart. And it combines that atomic physics with an ethical code based upon the belief that humans are only made of matter. Therefore, when we die, every element of us breaks down and ceases to exist. So, although we have a soul, for the Epicureans, that soul disappears just as our body does, which means we have only our one life to live. There is no afterlife. That's a very controversial thing to say in the ancient world. And therefore, we need to focus on living the life as best we can, which for Epicurus, and indeed for Lucretius, was to live a life of pleasure. But by pleasure, they didn't mean the sort of hedonism of sex, drugs, rock and roll. They meant freeing the mind and freeing the body of all unnecessary pain. Physical pains come from living badly, but mental pains come from not understanding the world, failing to see the reality of the atomic physics that moves the universe. So for Epicurus, you could reach a sort of Zen state of bliss by fully understanding the science of the world. So this 6-book poem starts with basic principles of atomic physics, works through molecules, discusses the physical nature of the soul and of our senses, and makes the case that what Romans and Greeks have thought to be divine interaction with humans are fundamental misunderstandings of the workings of science. So it's a deeply optimistic work, but a work that was extremely controversial in a Roman context, especially when Christianity started to achieve dominance, because for the Epicurean, not only do the gods have no interaction with our world, but the whole idea of religion and of superstition are harmful. There is no providence guiding the human race, according to the Epicureans. We're just the least bad outcome of random atomic collisions. So, to be clear, I'm not an Epicurean, but I find that as a doctrine extremely powerful and interesting, and more coherent in many ways than a lot of other ancient philosophical schools. But to answer very briefly your question as to why I have all of these different texts, although the poem was written in the 50s BC, the oldest manuscripts we have of it were written around the year 800 AD, so 9 centuries later. And in the interim period, both in ancient Rome and in the medieval period between the fall of Rome and the 9th century, Many copies had to be made in order for the poem to survive. And each time a copy was made, errors occurred. Mostly those errors were random, but in many cases they were deliberate changes. And the work of a textual critic like me is to take the oldest manuscripts we can get of an author and to attempt by various means to patch up and to heal and to amend that text to get as close as possible to what Lucriccius wrote originally in the 50s BC. And all of these different editions actually have different texts because the editors behind them made different choices as to what Lucriccius wrote.
How do you translate the title of De Rerum Natura?
My favorite translation actually is on everything. Literally, it's on the nature of things. But what does on the nature of things mean? It doesn't just mean on how things are, on their nature. Natura can mean the creation of something, the birth of something. It can mean nature with a capital N. And rerum, things, for an Epicurean, is everything, because everything is either matter or void. So on the nature of things really means how things are. And if someone asks you to talk about how things are, you're basically being asked to talk about everything. So I think a more idiomatic translation than on the nature of the universe, or you'll see on the nature of things elsewhere here, is on everything.
Would it be fair to call it like the Bible of Epicureanism?
It would be fair to call it our most thorough source, but that's because Epicurus, although he wrote a massive work in 37 books, it's because his major works don't survive. Rather paradoxically, we have what we have of that major work by Epicurus because of the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. There was a big Epicurean library in Herculaneum, which when it was destroyed by pyroclastic flows and the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 AD, it carbonized many of those scrolls, and we've been able to unravel and read many of them. So because of what survives and doesn't survive, yes, Lucretius's poem is our best source, even though Lucriccius would be appalled if he found out that we were trying to learn Epicureanism just from him rather than from all of the Greek sources that he used.
I just think about the education of Latin over the years, and sort of reading from the Vulgate was a primary source. And then when you have secular Latin education, having sort of the Bible of Epicureanism as one of the sort of replacements for the Bible, there's an interesting analogy there.
There is. And the fate of the poem in the medieval period and the Renaissance is an interesting story. There's been quite a lot written of it. What's interesting is that the monasteries that did have Lucretius were reading him, but he was definitely controversial and stayed relatively low profile until his dramatic rediscovery, when one of the great book collectors and book hunters of history, Poggio Bracciolini, discovered in 1417 at an unknown location a manuscript of Lucretius, which then re-injected not just the poem but Epicurean thought into 15th century Italy and the world.
So maybe we should move clockwise through the rest of your office and talk about each sort of
okay
bay of books here.
Okay, so that was Lucretius, which is sort of a standalone. Here we have a mix of grammars of Greek, mostly classical Greek and Koine Greek, things about pronunciation of Greek, teaching of Latin by the active method, that is to say the spoken or direct method, as well as some smaller Latin grammars. That then spills over to this side, which is more Latin grammars, dictionaries, Latin syntax, Latin style, more heavy-hitting syntax and grammars at this point. Greek grammars, again, big German volumes, more grammars and books on the history of Latin, smaller grammars and works on syntax and early Latin and sociolinguistics, then ancient grammarians and some other dictionaries and the like. So this is largely reference works of Latin and Greek language. Down here, I think largely for the sake of space, I just have smaller editions of Latin and Greek, as well as some interesting books. So these here are 16th century Lucricciuses, mostly from France. So here we have Parisian edition of the 1560s of De Rerum Natura, and there's a few others of that type. But I like smaller editions. So we have here the so-called Pickering Diamond editions, which came out in the 1820s. Not that, that's a little novelty. The Book of Common Prayer, about 2 inches high, but quite fun. Works like this, so I can get this out. It's metal bound, which is quite rare, but it's a triple binding of, let's see, the Book of Common Prayer. Then in the middle, hard to do with one hand, sorry, we have the Greek New Testament, that's Mark. And then at the back, we have, what's going on here? We have an English version of the New Testament. And if I just pull up the title page, this chap called William Pickering was a very interesting fellow, but he had this idea of, in the spirit of the Aldine editions, those famous editions of the late 15th, early 16th century, in the 1820s and 30s, he launched these so-called diamond classics with this tiny print, but it's still readable. As you can see, Ode Petros, Exor, etc. But they're attractive things, and I have that sort of triple mixture, as well as this, which looks bigger, but only because it's got larger margins. This is the Iliad and the Odyssey, of course, Homer's great poems, again in small format. So another Pickering invention. I think I've got one more, which is the Terence here, so the Roman comedian. Actually, no, this is a Horace I've got. So they're interesting little things. And not the annoying thing about miniature books is, because they're a sort of gimmick that some collectors, they are expensive, but occasionally the booksellers don't know that, so you can occasionally get one as a bargain.
Sort of and then the only sized.
Yeah, they are small. And then beneath there are books about a particular focus of mine, which is the transmission of knowledge from the ancient world to the medieval world. How does it happen? So books about production of manuscripts, the ancient book market, about textual criticism, paleography, the development of writing, in other words. And at the bottom, there are various facsimiles of manuscripts from antiquity through to the present day. So all of that wall is relatively technical stuff about Latin and Greek as languages and the transmission of literature.
Cool.
All right. You said clockwise, so that would take us over here.
What fundamentally, are those, there's some framed things over there on the left.
There are. So these are just people I admire. Richard Bentley, Scaliger the Younger, Joseph Just, maps of Italy, ancient Greece, various robes of University of Cambridge, so that kind of thing. And then here, Bay 1, 2, 3, 4 is chronological commentaries on Latin literature. So it starts when Latin literature begins in the 3rd century BC with Ennius, Move through Plautus and Terence, the Roman comedians, Cicero. Down there is Catullus. And then more Cicero at this point. Caesar, Virgil, Horace, Propertius, Tibullus, Ovid. Then it's a bit more fractured here. Manilius, Pliny, Seneca. That's Pliny the Elder. Martial, Petronius, yada, yada, yada. And that takes you down really to the final phases of Roman literature. So you've got Servius writing his commentary on Virgil, and Boethius, who's really the last of the Roman authors. And therefore this shelf here, or this bay rather, is Church Fathers, medieval Latin, got a lot of stuff on Renaissance Latin, which I'm particularly interested in. And then at the bottom, lots of heavy duty collections, really about the whole history of Latin literature. This von Albrecht in 2 volumes covers really all of classical Latin, and there are various other handbooks of that type. So that section is a major part of the room because that's a working library on Latin literature throughout the ancient world. As a necessary sort of companion to that is this big brute, which starting at this point is the chronological companion to that, but of actual texts. So all of those books were commentaries telling readers what to make of the text. But as for the actual texts, I have these closer to hand, and we go from Plautus again all the way through Ovid there down to Lucan, and then late 1st century into 2nd century, and then here 2nd, 3rd, 4th century to the end of Rome. The texts many of the viewers will recognize. We've got Teubners, which in their Latin form are blue, and we have Oxford Latin texts, which are blue when they don't have the cloth, but if they have the cloth, are green. So there's some Livy. And then the rest are a mixture of different publishers, mostly from between 1850 and the present. But what I like in particular, and if anyone spots any of these and doesn't want them, please get in touch with me. The Oxford Classical Texts launched around 1900, but in their first few decades, they offered a sort of special version where it's exactly the same book as the typical edition, but they would print a small number on India paper. And India paper is exceptionally thin. It's often used for Bibles. And what that means is these red cloth versions of Oxford classical texts can bind together in one volume, multiple volumes. So down here, we've got the letters of Cicero. Looks like a relatively normal sized book. But as you can see here, just from the difference in the text block, we've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4 different Oxford texts bound in one. So they're extremely efficient on the shelf, perfectly readable and usable in their own form, but really hard to find. I got a Horace from my friend Armand Dangour just the other day, and that pretty much made my year. So India paper OCTs, you gotta love them. All right. So
on that medieval Latin bay, there were a couple sets that I just thought maybe you could say a few words about. I think there was maybe one on the top shelf where there were just that's set
right.
on the
So
left.
yes. So these are just a few volumes of an absolutely massive series, of which I only own a part because I'm not a patristics or church fathers scholar, but I am interested in all of those texts. So this is part of the CSEL, the Corpus Scriptorium Ecclesiasticorum Latinorum, the collection of Latin church writers. And there must be something like 150 or 200 volumes. I've got about 20, but they are the definitive texts for many of these authors. So yeah, I've got a number of those on the top shelf here. What else? We've got Minutius's famous account of medieval Latin. This is all Renaissance and Neo-Latin stuff. Neo-Latin's the term really we use for any Latin after about 1700. This here, I guess it doesn't really belong here. It should be over in the other bay, but I ran out of space. This is a very important work of largely lexicographical work, which ends up being the heavy lifting done to produce the great work of Latin lexicography, which is the Thesaurus Linguae Latinae, begun in 1900, but still incomplete. It's probably going to be another 30 or 40 years before it's complete. I used to own the TLL all the way through to its present form, but that's another example of something I part sold and part gave away to free up other money. So that's mostly what's there,
Okay.
Timothy.
Yeah.
This is something I spend a lot of time with, as strange as that may sound. It's a really good map of the Roman Empire, paused in time in the 110s AD when it was at its largest extent under Hadrian, but it actually contains within it a huge amount of information which you can stare at for hours. So it's almost an education in itself rather than a mere map. And it so happens to fit exactly into this gap, which is a serendipitous fact. And then we are in the last corner of this room where I have some collections which are very dear to me, even if they're not particularly collected. There's probably only 20 people in the world, to my knowledge, who seriously collect these things. So what am I talking about? Here I'm talking about manuals, textbooks, which are teaching the reader either to write in Latin prose or Greek prose or Greek and Latin verse. And these, in principle, should be very cheap books because they're all of them are just little works that were designed for schoolboys, mostly in the latter half of the 19th century. And they were produced in a large number because they were intended for the classroom. But because they were intended for the classroom, that meant that they were not treated with much love or care, either by pupils or by teachers. And most of them were worked to the state of falling apart and being thrown in the bin. So a lot of these volumes, although they look cheap and were cheap, are now exceptionally rare. And there's several things here which it literally took me 20 years to find a copy, not to afford a copy, because they're never that expensive when they come up for sale, but they're so rare in terms of people still preserving them and putting them up for sale that it's taken a lot of effort to bring those together. And I would say that's probably 90% of books published in the 19th and 20th century on that particular skill, which I prize, of trying to write Latin and Greek like
Could
the
you
ancient.
show the bottom shelves there? Of that game?
Okay,
I don't think we
yeah,
saw those.
so down here we have collections of speeches in Latin, largely by university orators. Then we have translations of famous novels or poems into Latin. So there's some Winnie the Pooh, Robinson Crusoe in Latin, The Hobbit in Latin, Diary of a Wimpy Kid in Latin by my colleague at Ralston, Dan. A Latin newspaper recently edited, an amazing private diary from the late 1820s in which a pupil at Eton writes about his rowing on the river in the style of Thucydides in Greek and at a level of skill and linguistic nuance, which is mind-blowing. So this is his Greek at the top and an English translation beneath, but just a small marker of the level of linguistic facility that schoolboys had a couple of hundred years ago. And then this, yeah, if anyone has the Latin counterpart in 4 volumes to this, I will effectively pay you anything for it. Rickard's very unusual figure who worked on the railways in Bombay was just an odd man. And he spent all of his time writing to people, asking them to send him printed copies of Greek translations out of English prose. So here, what do we have? We have a random speech of Gladstone, the English politician, translated into the style of an Athenian orator. And that was really the kind of exercise that was the bread and butter of 19th century schooling. But he collected thousands and he published them himself for a tiny audience. You will see, we can find the title page. He's signing off there in Bombay. But these are privately printed and there's only a handful of copies of each volume. I have the full set of Greek, but there are 4 volumes of Latin. He didn't like Latin as much as Greek. And I've only seen 1 copy ever come for sale, and I missed it. So that's more of the same thing. Down here are prize poems, which I recently bought from a German dealer who somehow had access to the collection at the University of Bonn. And they are collections of prize-winning compositions. Here you've got someone putting a scene of Shakespeare's Henry IV into the style of Greek tragic trimeters, so poumoi to teknon, pou kasignetos to ches, etc. So those are lovely things. They are actually forming a prize. They lie behind a prize that a website I work on called Antigone has launched, a big philology prize. And there are 6 of these compositions in Latin and Greek. And the person who writes the best commentary on these modern texts in Latin and Greek wins all of the Loeb Library and £5,000, which is sort of $6,000 or $7,000, isn't it? This
So
is
the
the fattest
context
book
for
I
those
own.
poems was just that back in the day, students would
Yeah,
compete for the best. Maybe you could explain that quickly.
exactly that. So these here are mostly Oxford Prize poems and prose compositions from between 1870 and 1920. There are Cambridge versions as well. All of these are Cambridge prize-winning exercises and much the same kind of thing. But this, as I say, is my fattest book. It's a concordance of Ovid, the Latin playwright. Oh, that is taking some real grip strength. And you see, this is a big boy. It's something like 2,000 and something pages, all done in a rather ugly font. Here we are. For some reason, in the 1930s, on the eve of war, banged out a full concordance of every occurrence of every word in the full corpus of Ovid's poetry. So that goes through to something like 2,200 pages.
Could you just define what a concordance is for people that are unfamiliar?
Yep. A concordance isn't a dictionary. It doesn't tell you meanings. It gives you, in context, i.e., with the relevant part of each line, every appearance of every word. So imagine you were intrigued by the fact that occasionally Ovid uses this rather rare adjective, parentalis. You might find that only in the Metamorphoses and think, that's weird. Did he ever deploy that elsewhere? And this would tell you, yes, it's in book 2 of the Fasti and in one of the last poems he wrote from Tristia, book 4. And you would instantly be able to see where else it occurred. Obviously, the emergence of the internet and other digital tools made the concordance primarily useless, so you can buy them very cheaply. But I've got other concordances down here, Caesar, Propertius, and so on, Virgil. But to be honest, I don't make a huge amount of use of them. And I partly bought the Ovid because it's such a spectacularly big and odd book.
Is there a digital resource you use now instead?
I use a thing called PHI Latin. If you type that in, you'll find a Packard Humanities Institute searchable database, which has all Latin literature from the classical period that you can search, not just by word or by part of a word, but you can search proximity and so on. It's an extremely useful tool. And for Greek, I used the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae, which is completely different from the Thesaurus Linguae Latinae, because it's not a dictionary. It's a huge online corpus of not just all ancient Greek, but a lot of Greek going into the Byzantine period. Only downside is you need a subscription. So if you're not tied to an institution, it's an expensive thing. Okay, what I have here on the final bay is the other collection that is linked to what I was just talking about, which is collections of compositions in Latin and in Greek, in prose and in verse, mostly from the last 200 years. You might say, what, from even recent years? The answer is yes, a handful of these things are from the last few years, but really the peak of this art form was 1850 to 1950, and hundreds of collections were published, which either take English and play around with it. So, for instance, here's Ronald Knox, Monsignor Ronnie Knox, and in his collection, he has some original compositions, but he also has some very clever and playful translations into Latin and Greek. One of the most famous ones I'm trying to find involves his translating a work that actually has no words, if you can believe, but maybe I can't find it. But you see the idea. We've got Hilaire Belloc writing an English poem, and then it's put into the style of Latin elegiacs when he was just a schoolboy, actually, by the look of it. This is clever. This is a parody of an Aristophanic comedy, not the Thesmophoria Zeusai, but the Telephonia Zeusai. So the women working on the telephone, and it's written as though it's a play from the 5th century BC, but actually it's a joke about what you had to do in the early 20th century when you were dialing through to the person the operator who ran phone lines then. So Snooks says, who's this? This. Number, please. Okay. 8205. What's this? Paddington. 8205 Paddington. No. Don't know why I said no. It seems the same thing. But 88. I see. Yeah, sorry. 8805 Paddington. And she says 8005 Paddington. No. And then for the sound of the dial coming through, they've taken the call of the frogs in Aristophanes' play of that name. Brekakex coax coax, brekakex coax coax. Anyway, it's lots of fun. We published a version of that on Antigone with a translation, but that kind of verbal play and facility is really what a lot of this is about. And this collection has taken a lot of time to put together, and is one of the things I'm actually proud of in my collection. Much of the rest are just working books, but this is This is a good collection.
Could we show the bottom shelves for this one as well?
You can. So this and this and this and that are the collection of compositions. Then it moves into books about Latin and Greek meter, ancient verse, that's what all that is. This is more of that, still Greek meter and so on, with this very rare and interesting work, a field guide to Greek meter, where all of the technical terms of Greek verse have been drawn as if they are animals. So there's a dactylic hexameter of epic proportions, and here's a biceps looking for a clean pair of shorts. Very strange work. Three Anchipitia walking their critics, invent the trochaic tetrameter, etc. Anyway,
Cool.
It's a fun thing. Yeah, so then down at the bottom, a few more works of a reference kind, Corpus Poetarum Latinorum, which is all classical poetry, Companions to Studies, Oxford Classical Dictionary, and other collections of poetry, an ancient one, that's the same thing. So really they're just reference works that put together between 1 or 2 volumes all of Latin literature. So that is this room. So yes, as you can see, we've got round to the other side of the desk here, and there's a sort of companion table to the desk, which is this smaller table here. But given the nature of the space, all surfaces are used for books, and it's a bit of a mixture here. So I have some things which are sort of smaller collections. This here, for instance, is something I've put a lot of time into. It's a collection of about 300 or 400 manuscripts, but not ancient manuscripts. Letters and ephemera, mostly from the 19th century, coming from the hands of classical scholars. So we have Samuel Butler in the late 18th century, Richard Pawson, the great classicist, whose hand is famously beautiful. And in fact, some of the books here actually take their Greek font from the way that Richard Pawson wrote his Greek. That was turned into a very influential font, still used by Cambridge University Press. And Pawson was librarian in London, as well as professor of Greek at Cambridge. So there are letters of people like Elmsley, Debris, Gaysford, not names that the average person will know much of, but really important people in the history of classics, Bowra and so on.
Would these be like the 1800s or early 1900s?
Yeah, most of what I have is 19th century and first half of 20th century. So here's it's a bit morbid, but it's the funeral service for Haussmann's funeral in 1936, which ironically has a typographical error, which is what he spent his whole career in life trying to solve. But yes, it's something I've collected alongside books for the last 20 or so years. And if I see a letter somewhere coming up by a scholar I admire, it joins the collection. But that's all unedited. Once I get some time, I'll do something with making that available to the wider world.
Nice.
And similar in the sense of ephemera, but different. I collect old exams. So I've got a lot of exams from the 19th and 20th century. Here's University of Dublin. What else have we got? Oxford, Bristol. So mostly British universities. University College London, Cambridge examination papers. And I collect these partly because it's fun just to have tests to pose to yourself, but also it shows not just the changing interests in classical scholarship over the last 100, 200 years, but in many senses shows how much was known then, and sadly, how some of our ambition in terms of standards and how far we push students has decreased manifestly. That's not just a university problem, it's happened in the school system as well. So everything's connected, but it's rather sobering to see how much things have fallen. In terms of what else sits on here, it's often where I put things that I've recently acquired and haven't worked out how to find space for shelving. So I've recently got some books on Latin epigraphy, that is to say, inscriptions. There's this big collection, De Rebus Britannicis Collectania, which is mostly a Latin account of medieval history. And then I found someone selling this celebrated edition of Cicero by Aureli. And obviously I've got lots of editions of Cicero, but these later volumes are so cool because they're basically encyclopedia about Cicero in these later volumes. So what we have here, for instance, isn't the text of Cicero. It's an onomasticon Tullianum on the right-hand page, which basically means a collection of all the names in Tully, in Cicero. So you open it at random and you'll get an account of Capua every time he mentions that place, or every time he mentions the Battle of Cannae, or a figure called Caninius Satrius. So it's a mini encyclopedia, all in Latin, of course, but specific to the million or so words that we have from Cicero. So I just bought the later volumes because the earlier volumes were the text, and I don't need more text of Cicero, but these are quite cool.
It almost seems like a mixture between a concordance and an encyclopedia.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. It is that. It's a concordance insofar as it tells you every time those names crop up, but it actually gives you definitional information about those places and people. At the bottom here, and you may say, why on earth is this series of commentaries published by Cambridge in the so-called, informally called the Green and Yellow series, but actually called Cambridge Greek and Latin Classics? Why are they all under here? And it's actually an aesthetic reason rather than a scholarly one. These should be on the shelves over here, which, as we said, have all commentaries on in chronological order. But I find the color scheme so garish and so arresting to the eye that I historically I haven't liked having them on the shelves, because your eye is drawn to them and it sort of spoils the look. So they're hidden here for bad behavior, and they're chronological left to right. So Plautus, the comedian, and then Terence and so on, Cicero, all the way through to actually a very recent volume. This came out just a few months ago. Sidonius Apollinaris, who was writing in the 5th century AD, some letters. He's at the end of the line. But these are hidden under here. And for people who like their books to be orderly in series, this is a famously inconsistent series. So you can see the difference in height, the difference in colors over the years. It's been going for about 50 years. And you can see that occasionally they make terrible mistakes. So the green should have the name of the author, Virgil, Horace, Horace. Here, instead of Horace, the editor, Freudenberg, has been promoted as if he were an ancient Roman writer. So not the best quality control from them. So they're doing their penance.
Is there a story with the rug?
The rug? Not really. I could make one up, but no, it's I found an old rug that was big enough to cover the place where the rotating bookcase is, which we'll come to in a moment, and the desk and so on, which meant to live. So that's that. And then yes, I'm quite into rotating bookcases because of their efficiency of space. Space is so important in all of these things, and they're quite hard to find because, as far as I'm aware, it's really a late 19th, early 20th century fashion. So late Victorian, Edwardian, and they haven't really come back into fashion then. So you need to get them secondhand. And I've got 4 in here of differing sizes. In brief, this one here is ancient philosophy, but not texts. I have philosophical texts spread about. So we have Guthrie's great 6-volume history of Greek philosophy. These are all first editions. Normally I don't fetishize first editions, but it so happened that I was able to put together a set of the first printing, and it's very high quality printing from Cambridge in the period. Other commentaries on Plato, things on Hellenistic philosophy, that is to say the schools of philosophy that followed Plato and his master Socrates. So the Epicureans, the Stoics, the Cynics, and so on. Aristotle, bit of that. Cicero in his guise as philosopher. Of course, Cicero was an orator, a statesman, a letter writer, a politician. I guess that's a statesman as well. But he was also, he attempted to serve as a Roman academic philosopher in the tradition of Plato. And so these are some of his philosophical works and works on the theory of rhetoric. Okay, and some more collections on Plato, Dodds's Gorgias, Empedocles,
That
Jowett's
edition of Plato there is probably the book
this,
I've seen the most on
this.
all the bookshelf tours I've done.
Yeah, well, I mean, no one, whether expert or amateur, should be without it, because it is not only a translation of all of the corpus that survives, but it's a clear translation, and unless I mistake myself, it does give a sense before each dialogue of what the primary themes and structure is, and as such, it's a very very useful compendium, single volume. Speaking of single volume collections, we spoke earlier about things I have on my desk, and until very recently, just a few weeks ago, I had this on my desk, which is similar. It's all of Cicero in one volume, edited by a chap with a slightly unfortunate surname, Nobber. And yeah, as you can see, Ciceronis opera omnia uno volumine comprehensa. So all the works of Cicero gathered in one volume, and it's 2 columns, but has the complete works of Cicero in Latin in one volume, and that's extremely good companion to have. It's just a shame he's been demoted to this rotating bookcase. What else is in this one? Here we have stuff on Indo-European linguistics. Very interested in the history of language, but I'm not an expert, so I don't have too much stuff. Wackernagel's lectures, Seiler's comparative grammar, Beekert, and so on.
Is there a particular aspect of linguistics that most interests you?
No, I mean, I'm naturally interested in etymology, as a lot of people are, but I do find fascinating semantic evolution between related branches of linguistics. So even if we can't get a clear hand on certain parts of what Proto-Indo-European was as a language and by whom and where it was spoken, it is fascinating to see the interconnections between religious thought, celestial phenomena, attitudes to trees, the natural landscape. It's all able to be reconstructed by bringing in the different groups together. So I love language, and that's one aspect of it.
What about philology?
Down here, yeah, exactly. That is philology pure. Down here, it's a bit of a mixture. We have some things on Roman law, some of the early supplements of the Thesaurus Linguae Latinae, when they did include proper nouns and names before realizing it was a fool's errand and they would never, ever finish. The OLD, we spoke about this last time, but these are the original fascicles. So it appeared alphabetically over 30 or 40 or 50 years, whatever it was. And this is the original set. So things changed. There were additions made when it was first bound together finally in 1982. But these first fascicles are quite fun to use because they're easier in the hand. And there's some quite famous mistakes in it. On the other side, we have papyrology. Here's a recent set I got, which is really interesting. Again, it's a Cambridge production. It's an attempt to gather together all of the papyri which have Latin texts on. Now, as you know, most papyri survive in the sands of North Africa, and as such contain Greek. But there was Latin as a language of administration in many of these parts, and also many people read texts in Latin. So although the amount surviving is very small compared to the Greek, it's still very interesting. And of course, it involves things found in Herculaneum from the eruption of Vesuvius. So that is a nice set. That's just come along. This is more stuff about papyrus, inscribed poems. This is a big history of libraries in Western civilization, chronologically, from the legendary Cretan king Minos through the Greek and the Roman worlds. Volume 4 was taking us to Furnival, 13th century figure, famously wrote an account of his own perfect library, and then through to the Renaissance, and then an epilogue with index. So it's a big set, that, and quite interesting. And some other stuff on epigraphy, stuff on libraries. This book I recommend to everyone, even though it's not classical. I used to buy it somewhat religiously for all of my students at Cambridge because it's a really ambitious attempt, albeit in brief, to trace the evolution of world art from effectively the very first moments, cave paintings at Lascaux and earlier sculptures, all the way through prehistoric and ancient periods, through the medieval world, etc., etc. And it's only introductory, but I really admire the ambition of books that attempt within 2 covers to give you a sweeping vision of history of something, in this case, visual art. On the top, facsimile of Catullus, the Roman poet, of a really important manuscript, but one whose significance was only discovered in the 19th century. You see here the beginning. Vi dono lepidum novum libellum aridor meo pumica expolitum, etc. So a full facsimile of that really important 14th century manuscript of Catullus. And here's another curioso I bought not so long ago. This chap, Jeb Mayer, was a great Latinist of the 19th century. And when he reached his 80th birthday in 1905, lots of significant people in Cambridge, which is where he was based, gathered together to sign a Latin encomium, a Latin praise of him as a scholar. And each one was signed, as you can see here, by a different figure. So there's about 200 signatures here, mostly classical scholars, but also other famous figures. There's M.R. James, the great writer of ghost stories. And anyway, interesting thing. I'm going to write an article about it. Not sure how I own it. That is to say, I'm not sure why it didn't go into the collection of St. John's College, Cambridge, where he was based, but there it is. Finally, this little one is another miscellaneous collection, really, but I have it right by me because it contains many things that are just really entertaining. So I can't show you all of them, but I have a companion to classics, 2 volumes called Beautiful Thoughts from Latin authors, from Greek authors, which are effectively a chronological account with the Latin and with translation of so-called beautiful thoughts from these figures: Horace, Lucan, Martial, Ovid, Seneca, etc. This is beautifully bound and owned by a chap called Foyle, who is the founder of the great London bookshop Foyles. And he likes to...
I don't know if you get a close-up of
beautiful.
that inner piece, but that looks really interesting.
Do you mean his book plate? Or...
Yeah, book plate.
Yeah. He had a place called Burley Abbey, and it's a very fancy gilt inlaid book plate. That. Well, and he's got full marbling on the end papers, marbling on the text block, and yeah, it's an attractive half leather set. It's quite a rare book as well, because I think it's published in Liverpool, which, although, no, I made that up. That's in London. Sure, so there's something to do with Liverpool. Anyway, what else have we got? We have down here other collections of about Latin poetry, Plato for pleasure, little sections of Plato that you might want to spend time with. This Great Gathering by Capelli, which is a chronology really of all time, all history. So an account of different kinds of people, different series of monarchs and popes and battles and everything that you might want. Around here, we have these lovely books by Platt, A Last Ramble in the Classics and Byways in the Classics, are just collections of interesting little things, little epigrams, little accounts of passages that have moved him, short essays and so on. That's fun. A little introduction to ancient Rome from the 1850s here.
How do you discover stuff like this?
How? It's a mixture. Either you literally stumble across it in a shop, or you, in reading someone's memoirs, will hear them mention a book from which they received great pleasure, and you set about trying to find it. But I do like this section because a lot of these books are entirely forgotten, despite being brilliant. So this is a strange thing, Bella Bolla. It's a German book, but even if you don't know German, it's a great collection of just things that are fun if you like Latin. So there are various graffiti and poems and anagrams and palindromes and just wordplay, but based upon Latin alone. And although it's introduced by the German editor, it has within it a huge amount of material, which is only found here. There's literally no other book that has attempt to have fun in this kind of way. Mostly medieval games, but it's all in there, and it's a book I recommend to a lot of Latin lovers, and naturally they've never heard of it, but you can find it. Bella Bolla. So there's other guides to the classics. This is Capelli's other famous book, which is a summary of all shorthand abbreviations in Latin manuscripts over about 1,000 years, so sort of 5th century to 16th century, say. And if you read medieval manuscripts, it's extremely useful. It also includes capital abbreviations, which you find in epigraphy and inscriptions and so on.
Have you done any work with manuscripts over the years?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's one of the main things I do. So that's why I've got lots of facsimiles and books on paleography and so on, because I do a lot of work on medieval manuscripts. Yep. Just two more sides. Again, mixture of interesting things here. This is a lovely book to find if you can. Breviarium Urbis Romae Antiquae. It's not an old book. It's from the 1970s. But what it is a handbook for you to wander around Rome with. And it's arranged geographically. And you go to the relevant area, the relevant regio, and you'll see where certain ancient buildings were. And you are given an anthology of things from the ancient world to read: Virgil, Livy, Festus, Life of Hadrian, and so on. And you can therefore stand in the actual place, here we're in the Roman Forum, where ancient Romans talked about things that happened or were happening. And you read the relevant bits of text about where you are. It's a really nice compendium. Unfortunately, people know about it, so it's quite expensive to get if the bookseller knows what he or she is doing. Anyway, we don't need to dwell too much more down here. You'll see some other little things, dictionaries of quotations, little dictionaries, gatherings of poets and authors. It's all that kind of stuff, really. On the top, I mentioned I like old exams. Here are some other collections of old exam papers. And on the other side, I think we have mostly graduses. Gradus ad Parnassum, steps to Mount Parnassus. If you want to be a poet, how do you go about doing it? So we have Greek books, Latin books, and the idea is, if you're writing a poem, and let's say you want to mention Deianira, the unfortunate wife of Hercules, it might be useful for you to see that in poems, the epithets Caledonia or Caledonis, Pulchra, Formosa, Decora, Infelix, and Misera are used of her. So it's a help to someone trying to write Latin poetry by simply showing you some of the riches of what other poets have said and done, and it helps you get across the line. Mostly these books were written for schoolboys who were struggling to do their weekly homework rather than for real poets, but they're fun nevertheless.
Could we get a close-up of that cover also? Because that's kind of a cool...
Oh, yeah. So I had... these are some of the books I had bound when I was a scholar at Christ's College. So that's the shield of the Beauforts. Beaufort was the mother of Henry VII, and in that sense, a sort of founder figure in the Tudor dynasty. And she founded Christ's College, and so I had these rebound.
How much does that cost, like a binding like that?
I was lucky at the time, so these will have been bound in about 2005, and they've held up very well since because I use them a lot. That probably cost about £25 or £30, so under $50.
Yeah.
But one of the things that has caused real problems for book lovers in the last 20 years is the complete shutdown of the routine bookseller industry. So it was essential to be a bookseller until the early 19th century. Sorry, to be a book binder by the early 19th century, because literally books were published without covers, without official boards. So if you bought a book, you needed to get it bound to go on your shelf. From the early 19th century, publishers started to issue things in cloth, so you didn't have to do that. Now, of course, it's very rare for someone to want to bind their own books, but do you
have any examples of an unbound block?
Well, actually, we touched upon one last time. It so happens that these Pickering editions, the Diamond Classics, are famous not just for being so small, but they are often cited as one of the very earliest examples of a seller issuing a book in his own publisher's cloth. So this cloth here is original to the 1820s, and we might say, well, must have always been like that. But actually, books were not properly bound on issue. Occasionally, you could pay the bookseller to do the binding, but if we look at older books, let's say we've got something like Creech's Lucriccius here from the 1690s. Here we have it in what is probably a late 17th, early 18th century gilt inlaid leather binding, but it wouldn't have been issued like that. It would have come like this in soft paper wraps, and it would have been down to the buyer to find a way to put it into the appropriate binding. The other thing linked with that is if you were very wealthy, of course, I'm not wealthy and very few people are, but back in the day, if you had a huge library to fill, not only would you get your new books bound, but they would be bound in your house style. So you would have the spine decorated in a way which fits all of the other books that you have. So sometimes when we look around the shelves today, you'll see books which have shields on them or other markers, which are there not because of the book, but because when they came to be bound by their owner, they were made to look like generally his particular collection. I'm just scanning around now to see if I can find anything that's explicitly of that kind. I know there are examples, but I'll point them out to you as we wander. Okay, I think that is this room, there are things I haven't pointed out. So, you know, some big collections here of inscriptions and the like. And behind the Roman map over there, there's maybe 1,500 off prints. That is to say, separately printed articles from the last 150 years. And I just have them stacked there by author, but they're not attractive to have on the shelf because they're little bits of paper and they're thin and bright and so on.
What about those books right there?
All the books in here are non-classical, so everything there is about Cumbria and the Lake District, though that's fiction, books of sort of topical cultural interest. So this is taking us into what we call the library, because mostly what's in here are books. Okay, so this wall here is a mixture of two things, really. It's a collection of some big sets, which are really helpful for me as a classical scholar and indeed as someone who loves the ancient world. And then it moves into really two collections. One is Greek literature and commentaries on Greece, and then more broadly, the history of scholarship. So how have people come to understand and to debate the ancient world? So that's really what this wall is. In terms of color blocks, running from here all the way along, not on top of the shelf, but the top shelf of the actual case, are the 140 volumes alongside the 3 we saw next door of the so-called Delphin Classics. And as I said, that there was the original Delphin Classics series, which appeared in late 17th century. But this is something different that tried to do the same thing, but better. And frankly, it's one of the most successful projects of plagiarism in history, but that makes it very useful. So let me try and explain what's going on. I've got them arranged by chronology, which is generally how I do things. And depending on how much a given author wrote, there are more volumes. Let's go for someone in the middle like Ovid. There's 8 volumes of Ovid. And if we take the first volume, what we see is a frontispiece with big-nosed Ovid. Naso actually means big-nosed. And we see a title page that's full of material. All of the works of Publius Ovidius Naso from the edition of Berman, that's Peter Berman, the Dutch scholar, along with the notes and not the interpretation, but the paraphrasis, which is the prose translation for the use of the Dauphin, who was the son of Louis XIV, alongside various readings, notes of various guys, a bibliographical history, a review of the editions and of the manuscripts, and a chock-full index, all reviewed carefully. No editor stated, but most of them were edited by a British guy called George Dyer, who actually went blind in producing this series for Valpy, who was a very enterprising but no-nonsense publisher in the early 19th century. And what you get, basically, is the same for all authors. The early volumes are the Latin text. So here we have the Heroides poems of Ovid. And then beneath them, you have the same text given in a prose translation. So this is in verse, which means the word order is tricky. It's less easy to understand than a prose summary. Sometimes using the same words, sometimes different, but that's to help the learner. Then you get an account of what different editions and manuscripts read. And then you get these very short notes. If the Delphin Classics were just that, I probably wouldn't own them all. But they're not just that, because after in that format, they've gone through the full corpus of its work, they then start again and they gather all of the notes, really of every edition prior. I said it's a big work of plagiarism, but after the end of Ovid's works, the ibis is the last thing given here, we have notes of various people on the works of Ovid. And it starts with the Herodes again. But look, now we have line by line, almost entirely in Latin, the notes of different editors. So the editors are given in italics. You've got Scopius, Ant, maybe that's some Antonius figure, not quite sure. That's the same. Huber, Heinsius, the great 17th century Dutch scholar. And what you have, therefore, is in a single book, maybe 10, 15 earlier editions of Ovid, where the notes have been taken, the actual valuable part have been pulled together, piled up, and from this single edition, you can effectively read all earlier editions.
So would have these been footnotes in the original editions or introductions?
Exactly. So if you go back to those early commentaries in the 16th, 17th century, it would have been like the earlier volumes with these notes at the bottom or after the text. Here, all of that special material, the stuff that gives it value, has been gathered together line by line. And that goes on for a few volumes. But when you get to the end, we enter sort of mad territory of indexes. So this is the 8th volume, but it's all index of words, of subjects, goes on and on and on. All of this is index. This whole volume is index. But even stranger, and this is quite rare if you like books, the Delphin Classics series was carriage bound. And what carriage bound means is they would run a certain amount of pages and then say, okay, that's a volume. Now you might say that's normal. No, it's not normal, because what it means is a volume begins randomly. Page 1 of this book begins on page 401 of the index. And if we go to the earlier volume, we will find that this ends with page 400 of the index, just because that's where they decided to divide it. When we go back to the start of this index, which is about here, before that, we've got an account of the editions. And before that, we get to page 4197. It's describing the Aldine editions of Ovid, and then title page. So carriage bound, it's partly for cost's sake on the publisher's side, but partly because it doesn't really matter, means you divide the volumes just once they've become of the appropriate thickness, rather than necessarily rounding off neatly whatever the current topic is.
Do you know the etymology of that? Why it's called carriage?
I think the idea is if you're waiting for a carriage at a taxi rank, one comes along, you get on, and then another comes along and you step on. And therefore, there's no real logic about what should be in each volume. It simply moves carriage after carriage after carriage.
Makes sense.
So those are the Delphin Classics. They go all the way through to the end of Latin literature in the ancient world, so through to 5th century, Ausonius, Claudian, those kind of figures.
And it's just author by author.
Author by author, yeah. And I was lucky to get that set at a good price from a distinguished Latinist called Ted Kenny, who he spent a long time trying to acquire it. So it's also of emotional significance to me as well as scholarly significance.
Not all those volumes are the same size either. So
they're all the same size, and they're actually numbered, but the numbering refers to when they came out. So you can see here, Virgil, Vol 1 is number 1 at the bottom, but I didn't want to do it by order of appearance. I wanted it by chronology of ancient author. So,
But isn't
it
like that
actually,
one thicker than the ones next to it? It looks to me like it's wider.
certainly the Salus next to it is wider, but these Virgils look the same width.
So within
This
the
one,
author, they're all
yeah.
the
So yeah,
same.
exactly. So because Sallust is only one volume, you can see that if that were in two, they'd be quite thin. So they've created a bumper Sallust. I should clarify that carriage binding thing is within a given author. I don't think
Okay.
there's a case where completely different authors begin mid-volume, because that would be awkward unless you owned the whole set. Okay, beneath that we have these very familiar colors, the green, the red, and the beautiful blue. I think this is one of the most beautiful colors in the history of book production, but we'll come to that in a moment. So, of course, the greens are the Greek side of the Loeb Classical Library, a library that kicked off in the 1910s, and which you on your channel have said much about, so I don't need to say anything more other than this is all of the Loebs, and they're in chronological order, again, by writer, so from Homer, all the way through to much lesser known figures, such as John Damascene, John of Damascus, Procopius, and the Anthology, which is really covering several periods. And then after that, we move in after a couple of old Loebs, which haven't properly been replaced, so they sort of still have a use, into Latin. And because all of the bays here are the same size, you can actually see by moving that it's completely unquestionable how dominant the Greek side is compared to the Latin. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 full Greek days. And in Latin, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a half. So the Latin in the red is also chronological. About 3 or 4 volumes appear each year, and I add those in and sub out the old versions. Although it's not quite that simple all the time, because if we take Plato up here, Plato Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, but in the middle, Plato 2a. So they're starting to edit Plato, but not on the scale of the earlier volumes. So I need to keep Plato 2 because Laches, Protagoras, and the Meno are not in this new edition of the others. So it's going to be a bit of a mess, and there may be some overlap, but it doesn't seem as though the Loeb team mind too much about that. And then beneath that, we have this blue collection, which is similar insofar as it's facing Latin with English translation. Here we have the 13th book of the Aeneid. Virgil only wrote 12, but it ends infamously with the sudden death of Turnus and his soul going indignantly down to the underworld. So it was thought that a 13th book might round things off a bit better, and we owe that to Maffeo Veggio. But there's just over 100 volumes of the Tatti collection, the Renaissance library, which goes from the dawn of humanism, Petrarch, in the 14th century, going all the way through to well into the 16th century, where we have various humanist treatises, comedies, tragedies, and the like. So they're roughly chronological, but it's actually very complicated because, do you do it by chronology of work, or do you do it by chronology of the person, or more particularly, do you do it by the chronology of when they were active as a literary figure? It's a bit of a mess, but roughly speaking, that is chronological. Bit of a mystery for you, Timothy. I haven't yet worked out what determines whether the spine has this device or this. All of these were bought new, so I don't know whether it's a matter of chronology of first edition.
Well, Sharmila Sen, the editorial director at Harvard University
Yes.
Press, when I did the tour there, she actually
Oh, yeah.
quizzed me on what's the difference, and it was the It was the logo, which they changed to the black one, I guess several years ago.
Right. And do you happen to know whether that means it's down to when these were actually printed, or whether if it was earlier, even if they print a new copy today, they keep the old spine device because that's what earlier printings of that edition have?
Yeah, I'll have to look that. I'll have to ask
Yeah.
her. I don't know the answer
I don't know.
to
It's a
that one.
shame. It's a shame because both devices are attractive, but I don't see a good reason to have changed it. But there we go. And then you'll be familiar with the Dumbarton Oaks collection. That also comes through Harvard, but I only have a few of these. Venantius Fortunatus, additions to Ovid, an attempt to make Ovid moral. So those are those. You know all about those, so we probably don't need to say anything more. This is a long run of the Journal of Philology, which, as the name suggests, is something I'm interested in, but really it's one of my favorite relaxation reads, which may be a suggestion of how strange or boring I am. But if you take a look, it's a series that began in the 1850s or 60s, and it was 3 figures, including Jeb Mayer, the chap we saw celebrated for his 80th next door. And it's really a new attempt to create an academic journal. There hadn't been so many of these in English humanities. The Germans had started to do it already. And partly to just get serious, a group of scholars in England said, let's do our own. Let's dedicate it to philology. And it's a series of essays, and I love reading them. The run goes through to the late 19th century. 1920, I think, was when the very last volume appeared, but it's useful to have an index. All of these come from Collegium Novum Oxon, New College, Oxford, which sounds new, but it was created, I think, in the 14th century.
For people that aren't too familiar with philology, could you just say a bit about, what it is and how you think about it?
Yeah. So a way of thinking about it is that it's at the most scientific end of the humanities. So fundamentally, it's about words that humans have written, which mostly means literature, but it can also mean historical inscriptions or graffiti, anything that involves words where humans were trying to encode meaning. And philology is the scientific attempt to use various forms of knowledge and method and skill to both repair faulty texts, we spoke about that a bit last time, but also to understand as best as can be done what these texts mean and meant in their own contexts. So although philology simply means the love of words, what it means as an academic discipline is the study of language in order to understand more about the person writing a text in a given language. So it's not limited to the classics at all. Any language has its own philology, but these texts are mostly dealing with Latin, Greek, Sanskrit, Coptic, Hebrew to some degree. The languages sort of, shall we say, Western and Indic literary traditions. So that's an original run. This one, you may recognize these colors. They're very common these days. This is the colors used by Cambridge when they reprint books, which they never printed often, but which are long out of copyright. And they were quite early to the reprint game. The reprint game and the print-on-demand game has caused a lot of grief for people who buy books online. So many people who don't know what they're doing are tricked into buying modern reprints. But if they're done well, there's nothing wrong with a reprint. So here we have a thing called the Classical Journal, which was actually earlier than the Journal of Philology, 1820s and 30s. It's a pretty mad series gathering together all sorts of things by Valpy, the figure we saw behind the Delphin Classics. So I've got the 40 volumes of that. Then there was the short-lived Journal of Classical and Sacred, that is to say biblical philology, and then another early journal called the Classical Museum. So as you'll have got a sense, I like Miscellaneous. I like where someone has gathered together complicated things which are for others to think about and play with. So that run of a few meters of 19th century journals does give me a lot of pleasure. Okay, that's the sort of blocks of color. And then we're back to the beginning. And effectively, this is like what was going on in my office in Latin, but in Greek. So we have Oxford classical texts of Greek authors chronologically, but I've put the rare India paper types separately because they share the same color. Got a few of those. And this just arrived the other day. So although Diggle edited Euripides in the late 20th century, only in the last few months has he reissued the Editio Altera, the second edition of his plays. So this is a 2025 OCT, and all the better for it. Then after those and some Teubner texts, the German, we move into commentaries, Homer and Hesiod, Greek lyric, start of drama, tragedy, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, collections of that kind, Thucydides. We can come back to certain things, but I'm just sort of sweeping through more Greek lyric, Aristophanes, Xenophon, orators, Hellenistic poets, Pausanias, some Greek history down there. I'm not a historian, so I don't have a huge amount of history. The green and yellows gathered together in their little corner of shame, so-called Oxford Reds. There's some very good commentaries on Aeschylus and Euripides in particular. More Greek history, some Roman history, because there's no space for Roman history in my office. So things on the Republic. Here's a copy of Gibbon. Everyone needs two copies of Gibbon, really. You need one which is nice. You read. This is my readable copy, because although it's a mid-19th century set, it's actually in very good nick. So I don't mind at all having this in hand and flicking through and folding out the ever larger map and so on, because it was bought for use. Mm-hmm. So there's about 30 maps in this edition, and it's good fun. This is a Magdalen Oxford copy. But again, there's so much Gibbon that if you're lucky, you can get a nice set in 8 volumes for well under $100. It's not really worth paying more than that if you want to read it, because you'll be too scared to use it. And then just continuing along, we pivot at this point from books about history and about history of the book, more on that, to collections by scholars of their own papers. So you have Madvig, Lachmann, Haupt, all sorts of scholars with their gathered papers here, and smaller accounts of their lectures and so on. Bentley, Pawson, a lot on Haussmann. I've had a sort of Haussmann obsession for a long time, both as a scholar and a poet. I've collected most things linked with him, other collected papers, and then over here, dictionaries and encyclopedias of the history of scholarship. So Sand's collection of the history, the great Briggs and Calder biographical encyclopedia. William Calder used to tell me that he was proud that this is one of the most stolen books from public libraries. It is actually quite hard to find at a sane price. The Dictionary of British Classicists, Dictionary of North American Classicists, various other histories and so on is what's here. Books about how studying classics has changed, collections of essays, the infamous Who Killed Homer book, already starting to flag up the problems in the universities, which were starting to lose their way in studying the classics, biographies of particular figures, Gilbert Murray, Dodds, Bowra, Philomovitz, Jebb, etc., and then books about the history of the classical tradition, and that kind of thing, including the great new Doorstopper by Guelzo and Jim Hankins, The Golden Thread, in 2 volumes, which is an extremely significant undertaking, albeit significant in the hand. So you've really got to get it on the lap.
Do you have any thoughts on the new stuff Jim Hankins is doing with
the Hamilton Center?
Yeah.
No, I'm, as you know, with my moving from Cambridge to Ralston, I think one of the most healthy signals that can be given in academia at the moment is showing that if you have the freedom to begin again from first principles, you can do things not only in a very good and rigorous way, but in a way that is pleasurable and fun. Jim is a man who, as a philologist, loves his study, and he approaches it with joy and with an open heart, and I wish him well. He's clearly happy, having moved on from the mixed blessing that Harvard had proved to be.
And he's the founder and general editor of the Tatti Renaissance Library.
He is. Yes, he is. In fact, he wanted to see a photograph of this when I told him I'd managed to put together the full Tatti, which remarkably he hasn't done, despite being the editor. I'm not sure why. But yeah, he likes that it's in one row. So I guess you need a few meters to do that, but there's only 101 volumes, so it's easier to conquer than other things.
Do you want to talk about the books on the very top?
Well, they're a mixture, really. All the ones up there are either different editions of things I've got elsewhere, or straightforward duplicates, which means I'll give them away online soon. Probably next week I'll do the next giveaway of books through Antigone on the X account. Then there are some translations which are worth owning, but I don't really use them, so they're all the way up there. Then I have a big collection, because I spend so much time there, about Cambridge as a university. So there's several meters of books about Cambridge, various colleges, various people, and the like. Then a bit on Oxford and some of the bigger public schools. Then there's a run of the Houseman Society Journal, which I edited for a while. Then the Cambridge Journal, Proceedings of the Cambridge Philological Society, and then other off-prints and so on. So it's a medley. And in a few days' time, the full run of Pauly-Wissowa's great encyclopedia of the classical world is going to arrive, and that's 83 volumes. So that should probably go to about there. So this will move next door. There's thousands of books next door, but in terms of a coherent classical collection, those don't really belong here. So I'll move those next door. Okay, as I said, I'm showing you the classical things I have. So most of what's here is medieval, Renaissance, and modern literature. So not classical, although bigger books are buried in here. So this here, for instance, is a beautiful book. It's a copy from Balliol College, Oxford, of the facsimile of the great manuscript, not just of Sophocles' tragedies, but also Aeschylus's. And this was published in the 1880s, but is a full facsimile of, without question, the most important single manuscript of Greek literature. So that belongs in here. And then here's another big book that many people will own, Barrington's Atlas of the Greek and Roman world, which attempts, based upon the evidence we have, to visit all parts of the world known to the ancient Romans and Greeks, and to put on it the settlements, places, roads, battle sites, which we know to have existed. So it's all in Latin, despite describing the Latin and Greek world. Sometimes it'll be transliterated Greek. Sebenitikou, Leontopolites, etc. But it's probably never going to be surpassed as a work of cartography of the ancient world. So those are there, but most of it is non-classical. On the mantelpiece here, we do have some classics. There's the Kleiner Pauli, so the mini Pauli, which is going to get replaced in a big way in the next few days. Then I have the volumes of the Cambridge Ancient History, which is a very serious work in its second edition. And I have the volumes running really across the period I'm interested in. So from the dawn of the Greek world of literature, 8th century BC, through to what happened after the collapse of Rome in the 5th and 6th centuries AD. And these books are expensive because their value doesn't diminish. They're not just well made, but they're exceptionally well researched. And it's taken a bit of time and money to build up just that collection of 12 or 13 volumes. But even half an hour with one of these books is like a day-long lecture. So good are they.
You mentioned that big section on Haussmann, and I thought maybe you could say before we move along that, why you're interested in his works.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, I was just saying it might be good to spend a minute or so on the Haussmann collection and just say what you like about him and if there's a book or two that people might get started with.
Okay. So Haussmann was a strange figure, 1859 to 1936, as we saw with his funeral service. But he was a man who's commonly thought to live two completely separate lives. One was as a classical scholar, and the other was as a poet. As a poet, he only published two collections in his life, A Shropshire Lad in 1896 and Last Poems in 1922. But that was what made him famous. At the same time, he was not only active as a classical scholar, but he was at the very most technical end of philology, textual criticism, finding ways to fix ancient texts. And what's remarkable, so remarkable in fact that the playwright Tom Stoppard wrote a play about it, was that at Oxford, despite having a successful undergraduate career, something went wrong in his last months, that when he sat his final exams, he completely failed. To use the word of the day, he was ploughed. So he didn't get a second or a third or a gentleman's fourth or even a pass. He completely failed. We think this was probably a protest, but because he failed, he had to leave the world of academia, and he went to work in the patent office, dealing with copyright applications and so on. But he spent his evenings going to the British Museum in London, spending time with books and working hard as a scholar on these age-old problems. And he started publishing in the 1880s whilst he was a clerk at the patent office, and was so successful in his 10 years of publishing things really as an amateur with no external help, that from that position, he was elected in 1892 to being the professor of Latin at University College London. And this book here is specifically about how he did that. And from that point, he becomes the most important classical scholar in English, and without question, one of the greatest Latin scholars of all time. But he was a difficult man, a shy man, a private man, and he's fascinated people in all sorts of ways. Because if you read his poetry, it's so very different from his character as an academic. He's a very cold, dry, mordant figure on the page, very funny, but nevertheless very austere and severe. Whereas as a poet, he almost never uses long, Latinate, clever words. He uses short, Saxonic monosyllables, writes about his love of the countryside and of the natural world, and disguises within it the truth that he was gay, which of course was not an easy innings in the late 19th, early 20th century. He never married, never had a partner. And as Tom Stoppard depicts in his play, it may be that his failure as an undergraduate was linked with the unrequited passion he had for a figure called Moses Jackson. So Tom Stoppard's play is called The Invention of Love. And I would encourage people actually to read that before reading anything of or about Haussmann, because it's a really evocative depiction, not just of the realities of Haussmann's life as a young man, but also of the scholarly community in Oxford. You know, names I'm mentioning like Jowett and Ellis, Pattison, these various figures of Victorian scholarship are all brought to life by Stoppard in that play.
After they read the play, would you
I've
recommend anything in particular?
Yep.
After they read the
Yes,
play.
I would then point to, yep. Let me see if I can spot it. There's a little collection here, edited by John Carter, called Selected Prose, and it's all in English, but it's a mixture of the prefaces to the editions he edited. And at the end of our call, I'll show you something really special I own of Haussmann's, and various things he wrote in journals. It might sound as though that's going to be boring, but very often Haussmann was writing for a broader audience than technical experts, and he's an absolute master of English prose. So that will give anyone a good sense of the kind of person Haussmann is. And if they're intrigued by what they read, there are plenty of pointers in there as to where to go next. We have loads of letters of Haussmann's. These volumes here are a full edition of his correspondence.
Is there a biography you like best?
There's loads of biographies. I think on the shelves here, there's probably 12 biographies. Page from either the late 70s or early 80s, a critical biography, is very readable. A lot of the other biographies have a particular axe to grind.
Yeah.
But Page is pretty fair.
Okay. Cool.
And for people who really get into it, this would make Haussmann chuckle. I'm sure of it. There's a subset of history of scholarship studies, which is Haussmann studies, but at a very technical level. And this wonderful figure, again, a rather strange figure, called Paul Nadich, who sadly died a few years ago and was a librarian over in California. He's written 2 books on problems in the life and writings of A.E. Haussmann. And those problems aren't sort of moral problems where we're trying to understand the man better. They're technical problems about trying to understand little things. And so this is a really minute, almost Haussmannian collection of problems, riddles, difficulties in Haussmann's life, approached in a philological manner. And I love it. I love these books, but they're an acquired taste. You have both to care about philology and about the history of philology to enjoy them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so sweeping across here, most of the books in shot are not classical, but there's a few things to point out in brief. Over here, I have some larger books which go here for convenience, but this collection is an interesting one. Again, it's history of classical scholarship, and so should be across the room, but it's so tall, I can't fit it in. And it's a 6-volume dictionary of the Italian humanists. Humanists, as the listeners will know, are Renaissance scholars who felt that studying the ancient world gave them a better insight into what it is to be human, and effectively that meant they were classical scholars in Italy over a 500-year period here. And this would sound as though it's relatively simple as a book until you realize that the book itself is a reproduction of manuscript slips, these little index cards of someone who spent his life trying to write this book, but didn't live to do so. And there was no one in his wake who could do so. So what do? You get 3 columns have the space for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18 cards per page. And you do a full facsimile reprint of them so that the rest of the world can make use of them. And if you zoom in on one, you can see what's going on. Here we have Beroaldus the Elder, Filippo Beroaldo, and you have an account of what he wrote, debates about his date of birth, references to other texts, and then it continues up here, his editions of Plautus, Suetonius, and so on. And it's a sort of dizzyingly complex work, but as an attempt to salvage the life work of someone who never got round to printing a book, it's actually a very elegant solution to how to make someone's legacy count in the world of scholarship, even if his great project didn't come to see the light of day. So I was pleased to get that. The other thing that has something of a bearing on the classics is a series from Oxford now, the so-called very short introduction series, which kicked off in the 1990s, but has sort of gone from strength to strength over the last quarter century and has published somewhere in the region of 750, 800 volumes. I decided a little while ago that because when the series is done well, it's very good, and in a couple of hours, you can get a really good synoptic view of whatever the topic or person is. I decided I would collect all of the volumes that interested me. And that emerged to be more than I thought, because I am interested in almost everything. So this, I think, is about 80% maybe of the collection. And I've attempted to arrange it in a way that makes sense. So again, we can't use the numbers that they have on them, because the numbers determine just the order in which they appeared, and there's no rhyme or reason to that ordering. So instead, I've sort of started with the spiritual and the religious and the history of religions around the world, then moving into sort of prior questions of matter and physics, and getting into the history of physics, then the history of mathematics, its evolution and its applications, getting into robotics and so on, then into chemistry, evolution of chemistry, of the world, of the cosmos, the history of the planet, the natural world, various figures who are important in understanding the history of the world. Then moving more particularly into the human body, history of human physiology, functioning of the human body, and challenges to it, be they disease or age. Then at the more cognitive, neuroscientific level, things to do with emotion, sleep, functioning of the brain, sexuality, psychology, and things to do with psychoanalysis and indeed pseudoscience, which I think has its place there. Then the things to do with the power of the brain, so intelligence, memory, application of that brain now, the evolution of language, ideas of the self, of the world around us. Then we get really into sort of metaphysics at this point, accounts of early philosophy, different philosophers through to, well, Simone Weil's the last of those. Then there's a break here. This is an inelegant break. If someone can find a neater way to bridge the gap, I'd welcome it. But we sort of get to the end of philosophical thought, and then we need to get to how people have interacted with one another, which is not the easiest of breaks. So we move into warfare, violence and peace, ideas of nation state and their interaction, things to do with demography and how communities arrange themselves politically in different ways, and ideals about that, various theorists. Then we get into actual history of humans, beginning with the Anthropocene, which of course is the notionally geological period we're in, the age of the human. And then this goes from prehistory through different ancient communities. Everything here now is Greek and Latin, but I've put it here because it's part of the collection. Egyptians, Vikings, and so on. History of Europe through to the present, history of America through to the present, history of the Americas and other places, going into post-war Europe and then different places around the world, really all human history. Till we get to politics, and there's different factions of political science, law, free speech, the bedrock of everything, economics, then aesthetics, art, approaches to literature, histories of literature in English, German, Spanish, French, Japanese, Chinese. Then this last section is more miscellaneous, things to do with education, music, architecture, city planning, design, film, sport, and then Freemasonry. Where on earth should you put Freemasonry? Maybe your readers have a good idea. I do not.
So is this the complete collection or almost?
So I think this is about 600, but it doesn't look like 600, but they're very thin, of 750 or so. So it's the majority. And I'm afraid that any volume that isn't there is deliberately not there because I'm not sufficiently interested in what's in it. So if you go to the back of any volume, it has a full list of all of the volumes published to date. Sorry, it's at the front, even more prominent. So you'll see here, Pilgrimage, Plague, Planets, Plants, Plate Tectonics, Plato, Poetry, Political Philosophy, Politics, Populism, Post-colonial, Postmodernism, Post-structuralism, Poverty, Prehistory. All of those I've got. Just trying to find the first one I don't have. I don't think I've got Psychology of Music. Just not certain that that's interesting enough, but maybe I'll come around to it. So
when you were growing up, were you like reading the encyclopedia, or how did you develop that encyclopedic interest?
Yeah, this encyclopedia at the bottom, which obviously everyone in the world knows and probably had parents who either owned it or talked about it, the Encyclopedia Britannica. I did used to read that a lot. I can't claim that I went cover to cover all the way through, but reading dictionaries and encyclopedias was a very pleasurable thing to do. So up here,
reading the dictionary, what was the idea behind that?
Just a love of words, and you unlock so much by learning new words. I'm sure you've had this experienced this phenomenon yourself, but if you learn a new word, you will then hear that word multiple times within the next week or month. And that's not by chance. It's the fact that that word was always there, but for some reason, your brain was letting it wash over you, but it just didn't trigger anything. And so it's happened thousands of times to me, whether it's a word or learning about a person or a concept. Suddenly I realized that that's there in the books in front of me. It's there in certain conversations or in films and so on. And it actually awakens you to the kind of knowledge which I deeply believe should be available to everyone. Okay, so these are books that are not relevant to our conversation. They're books about modern culture, history, Britain, history of the book, all sorts. This is a sort of collection of things that most interest me at the moment that aren't classical, and the broader collections they come from are in the rooms next door that way. They didn't break into here. Okay. That is pretty much that. This is. Oh yeah, sorry, forgot about this. Right, let me just set this up because there's a few things to say and show. What we have here are, I guess, there's a collection of maybe 700 or 800 pamphlets and little bound booklets, which are either lectures or small addresses which were put into circulation for the general public. They're most from the early 20th century, I think later and earlier. And they're a genre that I really love. By that, I mean, not only are they the ones here about the classical world, about the humanities, about education, about what really matters in life, but they're written for an audience who isn't expert. And very often, the person writing them has something to achieve. So they're not just nice accounts of something, they're actually programmatic. The person is setting out a program of what they think should be done, identifying the problems and giving some ideas. So we can't go through everything by any means at all, but if we have a look here in the 1930s, we've got a classical scholar talking about the challenge of the Greek, a plea for classical discipline. Clearly, he thinks things aren't quite right. You've got Sir Richard Livingston wanting to find ways of Plato to inform contemporary education. You've got J.K. Stephen trying to defend the compulsory study of ancient Greek at Cambridge. That is to say, in the 1890s, it was being debated whether people should stop having to know ancient Greek when they come to study science or economics or history, and whether it should just be left to classicists. But up until that point, everyone going to Cambridge had to learn Latin and Greek, irrespective of what they were studying. And so that's a passionate defense of that. T.S.
So
Eliot.
are these usually delivered verbally and then published, or what was the kind of culture and tradition of the context of these?
Yeah. The majority of things in here are public lectures, but several were delivered on the radio, some were on television, some just went straight to print. So here's Eliot during the Second World War, speaking to the Classical Association about the relationship of the classics to a man of letters, such as him, Goldie Dickinson, on what ancient Greece can contribute to modern life, John Shepherd trying to sell the relevance of Greek poetry to modernity, Sir Frank Fletcher trying to make clear our debt to the classics, etc. So they're all political with at least a small p in that. And my favorite subset of these is the inaugural lecture. So when someone is elected to being a new professor, they have the chance to stand up in front of the university to make clear both how they think they fit in to the tradition of that place, but also to state what they want to do. So these are often the most interesting mini essays by scholars, because they've got to tell the room that they were wise to elect me and make a case as to why what they want to do is a good thing. So I've probably got about 200 inaugural lectures and then 200 public lectures, and then other things are more mixed. So there's a society in London, a great society called the Horatian Society, which gathers once a year to celebrate Horace, and the toasts and the speeches from that are gathered in these little privately printed volumes. So I've got things on Horace, on Virgil, classics and the Plain Man, delivered by the then Prime Minister. Stanley Baldwin was Prime Minister, and yet spending time telling the public about the importance of the classics. These are much older things. This is Swedish from Uppsala, an account of the Epis Hesiod poem of Hesiod, albeit writing in Latin. So yeah, it's a medley of public-facing short lectures and essays, which I really enjoy collecting, because although I only have a small portion of what exists, generally if they come to a bookseller, they just don't know what it is. They haven't seen enough copies of it. Generally, they're quite scratty and scrappy, so they don't price them very expensively. And yet, very often, the copies they're selling have been signed by the lecturer, because if you imagine you're turning up here in Edinburgh in the 1860s and Lewis Campbell is giving his inaugural, well, he's going to be the person who has printed copies of it. So it's from the author in that case. Or if we look at the great Otto Scutch giving his inaugural at UCL, he's signed it from OS. And I'd say, 100 of these are signed by the person delivering them, because they're generally coming from the hands of the lecturer.
So it was traditional that everybody who attended one of these lectures would get one of these little booklets.
That often happens in that it's already printed at the time of the lecture, and it's a sort of keepsake of the occasion. But it's also common that after the lecture, the lecturer wants to finesse things and make some changes, and so the printed version appears a month or two after and is available for general sale. So that's what happens with, Hausmann's introductory lecture, very controversial but amusing text from the 1890s when he won that position at UCL. That wasn't published until a lot later, but he did ultimately give permission. So that's a collection of sorts.
Do these tend to be in digital form? I was going to ask you about the Delphin Classics as well. So you sort of can't get the digital.
You used to be able to get the full Delphin Classics through Google Books, but one of the gripes I have about Google Books is they, over the last 10 years, have been basically removing from public access content that they had as freely available. There's a longer story to that, which also had the bearing on what I was saying about the print-on-demand reprint market causing issues in the books trade. But I don't think it's now possible to get all of the Delphin Classics online, even though 10 years ago it was. It's actually a case of regression in terms of access to information. As for these lectures, no, the great majority were never reprinted and never made it to the digital sphere. So one of the things we do on the website I'm involved in, called Antigone, is republish interesting lectures of this kind. We've probably published about 10 so far, but really it's just down to my having the time to digitize them and add some sort of notes as to what's going on. But theoretically, everything in this case could be made freely available online.
Yeah, it's a great service.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, pleasure, genuine pleasure. And then these are obviously CDs, so not much to say on the Latin and Greek front.
Were there books underneath that table?
Yes, there are. I suppose, somewhat ironically, the books under there and on the other side over here are the books that historically are called coffee table books, but they're actually under the coffee table. These are generally... It's worth telling people about this, actually, because it's one of the strange developments of where things have got to in the world. Books that historically were very expensive because they were large, full bleed color collections, very heavy, high quality paper and so on, are now being not sold off by libraries, but given away to booksellers. And booksellers don't want heavy and big books lying around, so they price them very cheaply. So genuinely, books of this kind, you see here, we've basically got beautiful images of the art of Rome. You can buy appreciably cheaper than when the books were first published. So there's not a book under this table on which I spent more than £10 or $15. So it's a mixture of books about art, Ruskin on painting.
What's that century book? The really big
books
one.
About the history of art again, architecture. Yeah,
There's
that's
a really
wild,
big
that.
one, the century one.
Very strange format and size, but century. Yeah, this is it. So it's a sort of cubed in size, but it's an attempt to tell the tale of the 20th century through photography. So you take a year and you have very little context given, and you simply have photography taking you through 1918 here, obviously a pretty grim year in world history. But if you move ahead, you've got photography from around the world, generally events of cultural and historical significance, but sometimes just interesting imagery of the day. Reminds you that the century was not without its bleak moments.
Good.
What are these up to? So yeah, it's really a photographic collection. But again, you know, that would have been an expensive book in its day. I think I got that for £3 because it weighs, that must weigh 5 kilograms. But nobody wants it. So yeah, the books here are larger, colourful books. Some are really interesting, and I do spend a lot of time with them. So this book here, Ancient Rome in Infographics, is a really interesting idea. It's to take the Roman world, but try to visualize its workings and its character diagrammatically. So there's things here as to how the government operated, how they thought of the planets and the stars, how they dealt with food supplies, how the army operated. You get the idea. But it's novel in trying to find new and fresh ways to visualize the incalculably large amount we know about the ancient Roman world. So that's a recent book, not too expensive. Okay, so I've whizzed around this room and the library next door, all sorts of things I've made quick reference to. What I thought we could do now is just take a closer look at some of the things which I think or hope will interest readers. So, fair question might be, what's the oldest book I own? The answer is this. It's a copy of the Roman historian Sallust, published in 1506. And as I said earlier on, the nature of early printed books was to look like a manuscript. So here we have the actual text of Sallust writing his history, but surrounding it in very small and very abbreviated print is the commentary written by Scholia, the scholiasts, trying to make sense of it. And the reason I'm showing you this is not to say, hello, here's an old book I own. It's to remind people that there are booksellers who are fair and honest. And I was able to buy this about 15 years ago for under $50. And the reason was it had been put in a modern binding. And although it is indeed a 1506 edition, it's missing about 10 pages that have fallen out over the last half millennium. It has various old marginalia, but it's got slight water damp. People over the years have used it as a place to check that their pen has a decent amount of ink. But we also have some of the so-called manacles, which is where a pointed finger is drawn on a hand to draw attention to something in the text. So I just want to give you an example of that.
What kind of paper is it? Is it just?
It's quite thick paper.
Mhm.
And if it weren't for the water damage, it would still be bright and supple, but it's a bit wrinkled.
Does
But you
it?
see here, you've got a hand pointing to what's underlined here. So these are called manacles.
Does it have
And
any
they exist.
particular smell? Does it like smell differently than a 100-year-old book or a 50-year-old book?
It does, but it's complicated because, of course, whatever it smelt of in the 16th century has since gained the smells of the subsequent decades. So people who don't spend a lot of time with old books think that my rooms, my offices, and so on smell very distinctly. They instantly notice it. I don't notice anything because, well, the last 20 odd years I've lived among these things. But yeah. So that is a cheap copy of a book that's now 520 years old. And what I really like is because it's tightly bound, I didn't pay that much for it. You can really treat it as any other book. It's there to be used, not put on a shelf and sort of revered. Okay. Other books that are interesting. I've gone on a lot about classical scholarship and people who interest me. Well, here's quite a fun book from 1911, Imagines Philologorum, Pictures of Philologists. And it's not an encyclopedia, but actually a sort of picture almanac of famous scholars. So I've mentioned a lot of these people. What you get, every page, 4 roundels of figures, and chronologically, it depicts the great men. So there's Mabillon, really the founder of paleography, Anne Dacier, probably the most famous female classicist of the 17th century. All sorts of figures. Peter Berman, we mentioned when looking at that Delphin Ovid, etc., etc. This might seem usual. You might think, well, there's loads of pictures of classicists. No, there aren't. I know of no other book that attempts to gather the gallery of worthies of the history of scholarship. So it's quite a nice thing. You can still find that not too expensively. It's something of a curioso. A phrase I haven't used at all is association copy. And this is sort of technical language that you find from booksellers. But what it means is the physical copy you own has an association with someone of interest. So not just the book, but the actual history of that book is interesting. So I've got a few examples in point. This is the first of the 6-volume great edition by J.G. Fraser of Pausanias's description of Greece. And what's interesting is that this copy was owned by Gilbert Murray, the great classicist, who put his beautiful bookplate in. But then it passed from him to a no less famous Oxford classicist, E.R. Dodds. And both of them clearly, in their wide-ranging scholarship, worked through these editions and occasionally annotated them. But what's so strange, and it's a constant thing I try to tell the world about, is a really interesting set like this, owned by really important people, then gets bequeathed to an institutional library. This is the University of Lancaster. It's actually where I went to school, not at the university, but in Lancaster. And by some mad act of folly, or indeed genuine barbarism, the university has got rid of things which were given really in perpetuity as not just valuable books in their own right, but as documents in the history of scholarship. These are very, very important figures, and they just got rid of it. So I bought this set, not knowing it was owned by these people, because I couldn't see it online. And you can imagine my amazement where by paying 10, 20, 30 pounds, under $50, I've got an expensive set in its own right, owned by remarkable people. A more extreme example of that, where it really does become criminal that these things are sold off by librarians, can be seen here. So it looks just like a normal Teubner edition of Aeschylus's tragedies. We have 7 tragedies surviving in Aeschylus's name. But this is an interleaved copy where every other leaf is a blank page put in by the binder so that the owner can make notes. And what you have here in the tiniest hand, the tiniest script you can imagine, I'll zoom into the camera here, is a commentary written in English by a classical scholar, someone called J.H. Gray. And although this was just his own private copy, it contains years and years of scholarly notes and comments about the full works of Aeschylus, and it was put in a library, and then they just got rid of it.
Well,
so it is invaluable in the sense of what it has within it. Just to remind you of what I said about fixing texts, a lot of classical scholars, in the margins of the books they own, write conjectures, guesses, possible ways of fixing the text, which come to them whether they're thinking of it or not, sort of strokes of genius. And often they don't end up publishing those ideas for whatever reason. and they only exist as moments of genius in the margin. And so in this book, as in many others I own, I just got a copy from Wales the other day, there are loads of conjectures, emendations in the margin, which are otherwise unknown, and it's criminal that a library could have had such a thing entrusted to it and then effectively given it away. I got this for a few pounds because the person who got rid of it had no idea of its value. They probably thought, oh, it's less valuable. Someone's written all over it. Idiocy. Okay, where next? Two little curiosos here, which were from my history of classical scholarship section. This is a delightful little book called Short Commentaries on the Latin Language. Now, that might sound as though it's short commentaries. No. This is a book made by pupils about their strange teacher, Short, as in the Short of Lewis and Short's Latin Dictionary. And this is a privately printed collection of some of the absurd comments and offhand anecdotes that Professor Short would make in their class at, I think, Harvard. I forget which of the Ivies it's at, but he's lecturing at the university, and they've gathered together and numbered some of his more absurd aphorisms, which include attacking Lewis, his co-editor of Lewis and Short, for being a much less good lexicographer. So that's a fun little collection. Staying in the world of Latin dictionaries, this is even more bizarre. Check out this title, The Oxford Dictionary Slanders, the greatest scandal in the whole history of scholarship. What's that? Again, it's a privately printed book by a figure called J.M. Wiley, and he was one of the first editors of the Oxford Latin Dictionary with which our call began. But he ends up being nudged out of the editorial team, probably because under the pressure he lost his mind. But in his own mind, he's completely sound and he's the most important person on the project. And what he creates here is a 150-page screed summarizing all of the wrongs done to him by the rest of the team, talking about all sorts of things he's going to do to try and get justice. And he begins by an address to the Queen. So he thinks this is so important. The prayer to Her Majesty the Queen in red opens the work. In some senses, it's a sad tale because Wiley really did lose the plot. But in a broader sense, it's a fascinating insight as to the behind-the-scenes drama that was causing problems for the Oxford Latin Dictionary team in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. So it's not a super rare pamphlet, even though it was just produced by him, because he sent a copy to every classicist in England and some abroad. So everyone received this in their pigeonhole, in their mailbag, and probably raised their eyebrows as they read it and then got rid of it. Oxford Dictionary Slanders. Okay, a word I don't think I've mentioned, but it's an important word for collectors, is a German word, Sammelband. Sammelband, Sammelband. And what that means is you've got not just one book, but other books bound back to back. And the reason I mention this for those of you who like collecting books is that it's now very common that a book dealer doesn't know that they have a Sammelband. They open the book, they look at the title page, and they think the whole thing is that, which means they price it according to what that thing is. I've got copies here, for instance. This book is in a bad way. It doesn't have its front or back boards, but it's probably one of the most valuable books I own. What this is a Sammelband, a collection of 30 or 40 different prize poems bound together in Latin and Greek. It has no title page beyond what you might take to be the first thing, but this first work here, the Greek poem, written in 1821, really was a 20-page pamphlet, but the seller thought it was just that. Instead, there are 30 things bound together, and what's so exciting about this to me is not just that it's a collection of Latin and Greek prize poems, but it contains both the very first poem published by Tennyson, which is a poem on Timbuktu, published in the 1820s, and which alone it sells for $1,000. That's buried within the collection. But the actual collection, the person who decided to bind these things together, was of the Wordsworth family. And Wordsworth, as you know, left the Lake District where I live down to Cambridge before continuing his poetic career. But there are signatures in this and notes made by his nephew. The seller didn't know any of this. You would only find it out by really inspecting closely what's going on. But if I just show you one page, it will give you something of a sense of how the separate parts of this book lived their own life before they were bound together. Because we have a poem on Delphi, which says here, William Wordsworth Esquire, with Mr. not sure what the name is, I forget, respects. That's William Wordsworth, the poet. So this copy of Delphi was given to the nephew and told to give to Wordsworth, the famous poet, and maybe Wordsworth read it and then returned it to his nephew, and it's bound in here. So I flag this up because booksellers, not the good ones, but a lot of them, aren't aware that things like this happen. So they don't recognize that Air Libris Johannes Wordsworth from the Library of John Wordsworth actually is just not a single book, but his own collection of 30 or 40 rare pamphlets. Same thing happened here. This is a German example where we have all this scrawled on the first page, but that is a summary of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pamphlets which have been bound together. All I saw was On the Philosophy of Epicurus for sale. I didn't own that, and it was quite well priced. But then when I got it, I realized it's 7 or 8 rare pamphlets bound together. So you can really surprise yourself by speculating when buying online.
Do you use a spreadsheet or something to keep track of all your books?
No, but it's true that about 1 in 100 purchases I accidentally buy something I already owned. But generally I keep a good... I don't have a catalogue of what I own, but because it's my main passion, I've got a pretty clear sense of what I own. And
I think I saw on X that you have about 20,000 volumes. Is that right?
Of books of all kinds, books and pamphlets of all kinds.
Wow.
Plenty of that is not classical. Classical is probably somewhere between 10 and 15, if you include, pamphlets and manuscripts and that kind of thing. But I'm getting to a point where that it's hard for me to buy new things because I have almost all of the books I want to own. So it's curved off a lot. To begin with, you need texts of all of the Latin and Greek authors you're interested in. You need the great reference works. You need the most important commentaries. But what you don't need is to own every book published on certain authors. Some are really bad. Some have really had scholarship move on beyond them. What's odd about my collection in that sense is I own a lot of books from the 19th and early 20th centuries and fewer books from the 21st century, because actually the work was done really well 100, 150 years ago, and I can learn more from those books than I can from a new book published in 2020. It's just the way it goes. Couple of little fun things which I touched upon. There are 3 volumes of Beatrix Potter's tales in Latin. Tale of Peter Rabbit by Petro Cunicolo. Tale of Jemima Puddleduck, Jemima Anata Aquatica. And the Tale of Jeremy Fisher, Jeremia Piscatora. Only 3, but they're really good fun. And the Latin's quite hard because, the vocabulary for a carrot or a bucket or a hoe, these are not necessarily everyday things for the average Latin learner. So those are cute. Also a curioso is this, which involves Rudyard Kipling and Charles Graves. It's a parodic 5th book to Horace's Odes. Horace, the great lyric poet, only wrote 4 books of odes. But this is a fake Oxford classical text where poems have been taken either by Kipling in English or by Graves, and they're the English on the right-hand page. But on the left-hand side, Latin poems in the style of Horace have been composed with a fake apparatus criticus making up manuscripts and making up scholars, with a technical introduction in Latin, making up whole histories of this book. And it's really just a clever skit by people having fun with the philological tradition. So there's references in here to contemporary politics in 1910s England, all worked in. It's a really common book. Quinti Horati Flaci Carminum Liber Quintus, the fifth book.
Wow.
That's lots of fun. A final fun thing which I was trying to find at the start of our call, but I didn't find, was a composition in Greek where the source text wasn't even words. And this is what I was trying to find. It is a play by Hilaire Belloc, but you've got the Duchess, Charles, and Clara interacting purely with punctuation. We've got question marks, an M dash, percentage, just nonsense. How on earth could someone get sense out of that? Well, the brilliance of J.T. Christie is that he's created a whole Greek-style tragedy in iambic trimeters involving Arete, virtue, Odysseus, Nausicaa, and the chorus. And it's all fleshed out as if it were performed in the 5th century BC. So this is the kind of verbal play that I enjoy in the collection over there of compositions. Two things of a similar nature. I mentioned prize poems and prize texts. Here's two that are very fun. Mycenae, that great civilization and city before the ancient Greek world, which spoke Proto-Greek, written in Linear B, was being discovered in the late 19th, early 20th century. And here we have a Latin poem written in the style of Lucriccius about Mycenae. So it's a really interesting moment where someone is trying to tell the tale of these Mycenaean people when actual scholarship was only just learning of them. So that's a fun poem. And in a similar spirit, here in 1921 is a scholar called Fordyce, writing in the style of Herodotus, the Greek historian, as though he were visiting Ireland. Ireland was known to the Greeks, but no one went there. And this gives, in Greek prose, the journey that Herodotus had in touring around Ireland and learning about Irish customs. So verbally, it's extremely skillful in trying to sound like Herodotus's histories, but it's a complete fancy, imagining that he could live in contemporary Ireland. Okay, just a handful more things. These two books are the only two in a series, which is strange. It's Horace and it's Catullus, but they're school projects made by pupils at a school in Massachusetts. Really odd. School of Groton in Massachusetts, for a sort of school leaving project, set up beautifully arranged and printed works of Horace and Catullus, and each one's numbered. There's 300 or 400 copies. This copy is 214. And they're just strange features of the 1970s. What's really odd for the Catullus one is that the Latin in it was edited by a great scholar called George Gould, who was very important in the Loeb Library when he was a professor at Harvard. And the Latin text in this version, although there's only 400 copies and it was printed by schoolboys, is, I think, the best text of Catullus that exists. So you can find these, you can search for them, and I commend, especially to American collectors, both of those two. We saw that I don't own a book earlier than 1506, so I don't own a so-called incunable, a book from the 15th century. But I do own some first publications of ancient works, what's called an editio princeps, the first edition of that ancient text. How does that happen? Well, sometimes a text is discovered. So here I have the copy that was once owned by the Athenaeum Club in London of Cicero's De Re Publica, his account of the state, the Republic. And this work, although written in the 50s BC, 50s, 40s BC, 50s, I think, by Cicero, it was lost in the medieval world. And only in the early 19th century did a cardinal in the Vatican, Cardinal Mai, discover it as a palimpsest. So the original manuscript of Cicero had a Christian text written over it, and only he discovered that the text beneath it was fragments of Cicero's Republic. So this edition, published in the 1820s, is the first edition to reach print of that ancient work. And it has within it this nice fold out showing what the text looks like in its original form.
Wow.
You'll see there's 2 layers of text there, and the undertext is the Republic. So I've got a handful of first editions of Greek and Latin authors, but that's generally because they were first published long after birth of printing. 2 final things. I mentioned Haussmann. Haussmann was a great editor of classical texts, and probably one of the most important things I own, scholarly and bibliophilically, are his 5 volumes of Menelaus, the astronomical poet who wrote around the start of the 1st century AD. And these were published by Haussmann through his friend Grant Richards, but they're very, very rare because there was only 400 copies of each edition, each volume. And because, as I said earlier, Haussmann was famous as a poet, a lot of people bought these who were not classical scholars. Everything inside is in Latin, not just the poem, but all of the commentary by Haussmann. And this set, the first edition, is extremely hard to find. I've only seen 2 for sale in the last 20 years. And the first volume, 1903, is much the rarest because it begins with an exceptionally beautiful poem written in Latin verse by Haussmann, addressed to Moses Jackson, his friend and, as it may be, unrequited love of his life, addressed Sodali Meo, Moses Jackson, Harum Literarum Contemptori, to my pal Moses Jackson, someone who hates literature of this kind. Moses Jackson did not study classics and was not much of a bookish man. So that's probably one of the actual books and sets that I treasure the most on these shelves. If I need to look up Menelaus in Haussmann's text, I use this later amalgamated edition because those are quite fragile given the way they were published. Final thing, final, is I have another of those crossover works here, which is part concordance, part dictionary, part encyclopedia. And it's this brilliant work, which we have here in half leather, the Lexicon Homericum, the Dictionary of Homer, worked on by all of these Germans in the great age of German scholarship, the 1880s. And what it gives you in Greek and Latin is, yes, a list of all the words and all of their occurrences, but it breaks down the sense, and it actually is a dedicated dictionary over something like 2,000 pages of how these words are deployed in those wonderful poems, not just the Iliad and the Odyssey, but the hymns as well. So it's a really great work. Again, why this copy was given away by an Oxford college, I've no idea. Hertford College, but it's a nice thing to have in hand. Okay, I think those are the things I just wanted to draw a little bit of attention to.
Yep.
Timothy?
Yeah, so I thought we could then talk a little bit more about your intellectual development, how you became a classicist, how you went to Cambridge and then are now at Ralston. And my own journey was sort of earlier on having some of these intuitions about things that were wrong with education and then higher education. And we talked a little bit earlier about, reading the encyclopedia, reading the
Hmm.
dictionary, and sort of having a bit of that self-directed learning. So I thought it'd be interesting to sort of weave together both your own story of your education from an early age and maybe what was different about that and what led you to being accepted at Cambridge in the first place and how you developed your interest in the classics. And I think parents watching this might also be interested in like, they're thinking about maybe they want to get their kids into the classics or Latin and Greek. You talked about you need to, and we talked a little bit about this before we started recording about how you really need to get started in Latin and Greek in middle school or even earlier. And that used to be the norm for people you would need to pass
Mm.
these exams to get into Cambridge or Oxford or Harvard. And so that's no longer the case. And so I thought, we could go through your intellectual journey and then weave into that what the things you've noticed about education that you critique and that you think are issues, and then we can bring that to the present day in terms of this program at Ralston that you've developed and how it solves those problems.
Great. Yeah, that all sounds interesting and a coherent route to talk through these big things. So, but before I say anything about myself, I would just want to make a general comment, which is that I'm exceptionally optimistic about the ability for someone who has interest and time, and you do need those two things, to become deeply learned in any field they are interested in. We're in an age of unparalleled access to not just information, but free access to information. And so long as you are able to open yourself up to conversations with other people, take advice from people who are genuinely more expert than you are, and to follow the pointers that other people give you, you can become a genuine world expert on the kind of things that we've been talking about. So I'm really optimistic about what is possible. The flip side to that is historically it was education and the institutions that would lead you down this path. And the sad fact is, over recent generations and indeed recent years, education, generally speaking, has failed to do that job as well as was the case in the past. So for me, my own background is not like what I encourage a lot of people to do now. I'm 40, so I was learning about things for the first time from books really in the late 80s, early 90s. But my route into classics was still led by the places I was able to be. So my parents, my family are not family who has expertise on the ancient world. They were not encouraging me to learn anything of that kind. They don't know Latin or Greek. So there was never any idea that this would be an object of study for me. But I was fortunate at the age of 11 to go to what still exists in parts of Britain uh, and is called a grammar school. And that name, grammar school, goes all the way back about 1,000 years to when these schools were set up to teach Latin grammar. As you know, Saxonic Germanic English was the language of the land until the Norman conquest brought French in as the prestige language of the aristocracy in the 11th century. But all the way through, not just in the church, but more broadly, Latin was the language of serious business. So if someone was going to enter a profession, they needed to know Latin. And these schools were set up all around the country for locals. And the general arrangement was if you had money, you could pay to go there. But if you didn't have money and were clever, people had given money for you to go there by scholarships. And that was the general balance in these schools. So I went to a big school of 1,000 boys in Lancaster, in the north of England. And that was an entirely free school. So no one paid for their education. But part of what you had to do in a year of 150 boys is you had to learn Latin. So I was introduced to Latin because the school had for about 700 years been teaching Latin. And I loved it. And I loved it initially more as a language and what it told me and revealed to me about English and how English worked than I did because it was a sort of route into the Romans. But the more I learned about the ancient world through Latin, the more fascinated I became. And at the age of 13 or 14, school asked boys whether they wanted to learn fourth language in German, Spanish, or ancient Greek. And I figured I could always learn German or Spanish, but being able to learn ancient Greek would be rare. So I followed that. And a few years later, I was really enjoying Latin and ancient Greek and wanted to do more at university and was lucky to go to a good university, Cambridge.
Isn't that
Even
kind
though
of
I
weird
thought
they didn't offer French?
no, everyone had to do French.
Oh, sorry, I missed
Yeah.
that.
So sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So Latin and French were essential
Yep.
at least in the first few years. That's changed because France is just less important to Britain compared to their 17th, 18th, 19th century. So numbers in French are going down in the country generally. Yes, so I went to university to study classics, that is the ancient world, but I thought I would go into journalism or something else afterwards. I didn't seek to be an academic, but it emerged to me pretty quickly when I was at Cambridge, largely through speaking to older colleagues who were in their 70s or 80s and really represented an old tradition of the subject. It was manifest to me that there were a lot of problems that still needed solving. And I was entering into, as it were, an adult conversation of researchers rather than it being a closed body of knowledge and wanting to know that you can move on. So I decided I would stay in academia. And really, the next 20 years I spent in Cambridge, I became a fellow of Christ College and became a lecturer, which would be a professor in American terms,
What does it
in
mean
the
to become a
faculty.
fellow?
So Oxford and Cambridge as universities emerged organically. Originally, they were just places where people would come together to learn how to teach. But in time, physical communities in those cities needed to be created where people could live together, read together, sleep, and those became colleges. And so Oxford and Cambridge have between them about 75 colleges. And each college is structured by having a master who's in charge, then a flat line of fellows who live as fellows and are effectively academics across all the subjects, and then students beneath those. And the students move through generally, but a student who stays as an academic can be elected by the fellows into the fellowship and then has a governing role as to how that college works. But that's different from the subject specific faculties, faculty of classics, faculty of divinity, faculty of physics, or whatever, where there isn't that mixture. So if you're at Oxford or Cambridge, you are both normally a fellow of a college and professor in a department. So I became a fellow of Christ's. Then I moved to be a fellow of Queen's, and at the same time, I became a lecturer in the classics faculty. But long story short, after 20 years, I saw that in terms of the things I was most passionate about in the classical world, the direction of travel was not good in terms of what people read, how much they read, why they read it, what skills were valued and not valued. And there was very little sign that things were going to get better.
And when you
And
say what you were passionate about, could you just say like what those 2 or 3 things were?
Primarily, it's driven by language and literature. So I specialize in Latin literature, but I do so not just as someone who's enjoying literature. I see the written record of the ancient world as the major gateway to getting a better understanding of these fascinating people. So when I say what I'm passionate about, I mean primarily things led through Latin and Greek.
Okay.
And as you mentioned in your remarks introducing this, the amount of Latin and Greek that is known and the rigor with which it is taught and tested has declined very sharply over the last 150 years, 120 years. And what frustrates me is there's no reason why that needs to be so. It's not as though we've lost something which now makes it impossible. What we have is an educational system, both in school and in the universities, which has moved away from deep, rigorous teaching of the ancient languages. However, it is possible if you set up schools that focus on that, new colleges who take it seriously. It's perfectly possible for us to get back to the kind of levels that made these prior periods such fertile and important periods for the subject. So it's in that spirit that when news reached me that there was plans not just for Ralston College to exist as a new college in the humanities, but as one that would teach the whole arc of the humanities in the Western tradition from its actual literary starting point, which is ancient Greek. And it would do something which literally almost nowhere in the world does, namely treat ancient Greek as a living language to be spoken and heard and used, as well as the interface with the ancient Greek texts that people are reading and learning. That was extremely exciting to me. Although I'm primarily a Latinist, I mentioned at the start that you can't understand the Romans without understanding the Greeks, and you really can't read Latin literature intelligently without knowing Greek. It's a shame that lots of people don't know Greek but love Latin, but I'm just saying factually, no Latin poet, no Latin prose writer wrote for an audience that he, or occasionally she, didn't certainly believe was expert in Greek. So the audience envisaged by these Roman writers is someone who not only knows Greek well, but has read all things worth reading in Greek. And that's just the reality. Therefore, we have got to try and get ourselves in a position where we can get towards what the ancient readers were expected to be able to do. So the plan for Ralston is to build out a Latin program with spoken Latin alongside the ancient Greek. As it stands now, we're coming to the end of the 4th cohort. It's a 1-year graduate MA in the humanities, which starts with Homer and uniquely starts by being in Greece. The first time we meet the students in person, we're on the island of Samos, where Pythagoras taught and where Epicurus was born and where Socrates visited and so on. Herodotus visited. And we teach ancient and modern Greek in parallel, in the belief that although there's really 3,000 years between Homer and the present day, Greek is almost unique in having changed so little over 3 millennia. So we teach the modern and ancient forms of the language in tandem, and that launches the long curriculum we work through Greek literature, Latin literature, Christian literature, medieval literature, Renaissance drama, all the way through to 20th century prose. So just to sort of cap that off, why did I move to Ralston? Partly because it takes the languages seriously and sees the interconnectedness of our scholarly tradition, but also because by virtue of being a new college and not tied within the centuries-old practices of these great legacy institutions in Europe and America, it has the freedom to start again and do things properly. And we only have 25 students each year. That's a small enough group where we can improve and iterate and tweak what we do so as to do things better year in, year out. So it's really been a transformative revelation for me at this sort of middle point in my career to leave behind a university in its 9th century, which is regularly regarded as one of the greatest universities in the world to be a classicist at, for a completely new institution which is only in its 4th year, but is approaching the same subject in what seems to me a much, not only a more rigorous way, but a more humane, happy, open-minded, collegiate way. And I love my colleagues and students and what we teach and talk about. It's a joy.
Mhm.
So that's where I am, and we have big hopes for Ralston in the future. But if anyone is interested to learn more about what I'm saying, simply type in Ralston, Ralston College, into Google. You'll find the website. You'll find hundreds of free videos online of lectures and courses and so on. And you can take a look and see if it's something that interests you. You don't need to know Latin or Greek to join us. You just need to be interested in the humanities and as it stands, have done an undergraduate degree, a BA already.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. Well,
That's
thanks a lot for sharing your
some number
library
7.
with us and telling us about your intellectual development and what you're doing today at Ralston. We'll have a link down in the YouTube description if people want to check out the website and learn more about your program. And so we'll leave it there. And for anybody who wants to leave any comments or questions down below, we welcome that. And yeah, thanks again for joining us.
Yeah, it's been a great pleasure, Timothy. I realize I didn't say anything about Antigone, which
Oh,
has
yeah,
cropped
go
up
ahead.
here and there. But perhaps if we could have a link to that as well. So as I hope has come through in some of the things I've said whilst walking you around the books I've pulled together, I really am deeply passionate about the conviction that the knowledge of the world should be open to anyone. And the great majority of that knowledge is not of a kind that means only a tiny percentage of people can handle it. It's really down to training, reading, thinking, and conversation with other people. And there's nothing in the classical world, nothing that I'm expert in, that someone with hard work couldn't know. So, in that spirit, one of the things I and a few friends set about doing 5 years ago was to launch a website which seeks to introduce people into the ancient world and its complex legacies over the last couple of millennia, in a way that which, on the one hand, doesn't sort of put down a barrier that says experts only after this point, but equally doesn't pander to or patronize the reader by making everything either so basic or so framed in modern terminology with contemporary references as to really water down what it is. We're of the belief that if you talk about Greek and Roman world and its importance directly, but in a way that gives people help us to get into it, it's so interesting that it sort of does the job on its own. So this website called Antigone has a little over 500 articles on all manner of topics. Everything is completely free, not only in terms of free to readers, but anyone is free to pitch an article to us, to send in an idea, to write a piece. We pay our writers, and we've had people all the way down from the world experts who are now in their 80s and they are the titan of the field, all the way down to people who are in their teenage years and they're passionate high school students who can write well about something that interests them. And we'll give the piece lots of pictures. We'll we'll share it around the world, and good pieces get tens of thousands of readers. So it's something we're proud of, in the belief that the classical world shouldn't be shut off to anyone, and academia has failed in recent decades to bring the public along with it in the ways that it succeeded in the past. We remember those pamphlets we were looking at next door. So we're trying to rebuild that relationship between people who professionally know things, people who are interested, but the educational system hasn't helped them learn them yet. So if anyone would like to take a look at that, follow us on X or Facebook. There are our only platforms. Please do so. And we do give books away quite a lot. So if you follow the X account, we're about to raffle off at random maybe 50 books, 50 books, do with the Greeks and Romans. So
Awesome. Yeah, well, I highly
great.
recommend your X account, and that's how we originally connected. You share a lot of
Of course.
good stuff and very active, and a lot of great photos of your collection as well as other great resources. So, highly recommended. But thanks again for the tour. It was a lot of fun checking out all your books, and I've been looking forward to this for a long time. So, it's awesome we finally get to share this with the rest of YouTube and the internet. So, thanks again, and we look forward to seeing everybody down in the comments.
Real pleasure. Thanks, Timothy. And thank you for your passion, allowing you to set up a channel that's unique in how it does things. And I'm thrilled that my collection was deemed interesting enough for you to come and take a look.
Definitely.
Okay, just a little update. As I mentioned in conversation, I was on the verge of receiving the full run of a great encyclopedia about the ancient world. and that has now arrived. So I've installed at the top shelf in the library the 83 volumes of this remarkable set. And so briefly, I'm just going to introduce you to what it is and why I've wanted it for a long time. We're talking about a German work, Paulys Reellenzyklopädie der klassischen Altertumswissenschaft. That is to say, Paulys, this is someone called August Pauli, more about him in a moment, his practical encyclopedia of classical history science, which is the German compound, meaning really the technical analysis of the ancient world holistically, not just looking at what happened or looking at what people wrote, but trying to pull together all of the different strands of evidence to make a science of antiquity. So, what's the deal? Well, if you open it up, you see a lot of text, all in German, in 2 columns per page. And rather than the pages being numbered, the columns are numbered, which means each volume gets to a large number of columns. This first volume has 1,440 columns. You can see, if we keep reading, that this is the first series and the first half volume, which only covers Al, A-A-L, very first word in the encyclopedia, to Alexandros, which is the Greek form of Alexander. So it's alphabetically arranged over 83 volumes, but it was never planned to be this big. And in fact, Paulys, often called Pauly-Wissowa, is one of the, not just one of the largest reference works ever created, but it's one of the best examples of how the ambition of an encyclopedia writer, just as of a lexicographer, is often wildly too optimistic compared to reality. So, August Pauli was born in the 1790s, and towards the end of the 1830s, he thought it would be a good thing to create an encyclopedia that introduces people to the ancient world, primarily the Greeks and the Romans, but actually covering other things. And he thought 6 volumes might be appropriate. So the first of those appeared in 1839, but he died in 1848 before it was finished. And that set was taken over by other editors and only appeared in 1852. So 13 years, volumes 1 to 6, is the original Pauli encyclopedia. That's then revised and edited by a few people, but it doesn't really grow in a material way. But at the same time, in the 19th century, there's huge developments going on in our knowledge of the ancient world, especially in archaeology. Archaeology as a technical discipline really ramps up in the 1870s, 1880s, 1890s, and we know a huge amount more by the end of the 19th century than we did by the middle and certainly the beginning. So the encyclopedia is out of date and not really that worthy of your time come the year 1900. So a different German, a chap called Georg Wissowa, decides rather than starting from scratch, he's going to create a bigger and better encyclopedia by updating Pauli in its entirety. He does that from 1890, and he thinks it's going to take a decade. So by 1900, we will be done. So he starts, and indeed the first volume is this. This is a later reprint. My set is very nicely printed in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, but actually the early volumes are a sort of photostatic reprint, an exact reproduction of the original. So if we look at the title page here, although this book that I'm holding was printed in the 1950s, the title page is 1893 in Stuttgart. And this was the first volume. But you see, volume 1, which took 3 years, has only taken to Alexandros alphabetically. So he keeps working on it. It's not done by 1900. And by the 1910s, his team has only got to the letter E. So he decides that another team needs to work in parallel, and they're going to start with the letter R. So they're going to do R through Z.
And the first volume in that second series appears in 1914, I think, before the war rather gets in the way. And then through the 20th century, we've got the first series, A through Q, working alphabetically, and the second series, R through Z, working in tandem. And series 1 gets to 49 volumes, finally finishes Q in 1963. The R team, which started in the 1910s, get to the end of Z in 1972. So they actually are slower. Maybe they were a smaller team. I'm not exactly sure. And so by 1972, both series have finished and A through Z is available. But there are broader problems. Wissowa dies in something like 1930, and the project still has another 40 or 50 years to go. So various editors after him step in. You've got Wissowa, Kroll, Witter, Mittelhaus, Ziegler, Gärtner, all sorts of guys, all German guys as it happens, are stepping in and keeping the project going. Already, given the progress of classical knowledge in the 20th century, it emerges in the process of these two teams working that some of the early volumes are either out of date or they miss things which really need to be known and which were discovered in the 20th century. So alongside the 49 volumes of the first series and the 19 volumes of the R through Z second series, supplements start to appear. And each of those supplements isn't a third edition. It's actually doing new entries, either revising what appeared in the earlier volumes of this set, or introducing articles that didn't exist. And 15 supplement volumes appear from 1903, and then periodically through to 1978. 1978 is when the final volume, Supplement Band 15, appears. And you can see it covers Achilles to Zoilus, not because it's containing A to Z, but it contains about 20 articles, which are the sort of latest version of the knowledge. And just to give you a sense of the sheer scale of this 83-volume work, what we have in this final printed volume of 1978 includes parts 2 and 3 of the article on Zeus. Zeus, of course, the Greek version of Roman Jupiter, chief of the gods, and someone of immense importance culturally and religiously and mythologically to the ancient world. Well, Zeus parts 2 and 3 begins on column 994 of what is volume 83 of Pauly-Wissowa, and it runs for 500 columns all the way through to column 1481. So 500 columns are just parts 2 and 3 of the updated version of the Zeus entry that had been handled already. Volume 83 rounds things off. They call it a day then, not because they think it's never going to be in need of an update, but you've got to call it at some point. And so in 1980, the index appears, volume 84, and that is the end of Pauly-Wissowa. The reason I've wanted it for so long, in fact, I remember 20 years ago when I was an undergraduate talking with a friend in the pub, and we were dreaming about things we would love to own, and Pauly-Wissowa came up, and we both agreed it would be an amazing thing to own, but we thought neither of us would ever be in the situation to be fortunate enough to have a full set. So I'm really delighted that 20 years later, I was able to get one. Since then, there have been developments, but crucially, none of these developments has changed the fact that this encyclopedia is completely essential. It is not just the biggest reference work on the ancient world that has ever appeared. I am perfectly certain that there never will, until the end of time, until the end of humanity, there will never be a bigger printed work on the ancient world than this. There's a thing called the Neue Pauli, the New Pauli, which appeared about 20 years after this, but only in 16 volumes. It's really a digest of the big 83-volume work. And then that New Pauli also exists in an English translation of the same size. But these are just small works. There's a thing called the Kleine Pauli, the Small Pauli, which is another digest in German, but in 5 volumes. All of these later works of the last 50 years are really abridgments of the mega work, which did not take 10 years as Wissowa thought, but took 85 years. Volume 1, 1893. Final 15th supplement volume, 1978. So poor Pauli, who died at the age of 48 in 1845, had no idea that his 6-volume plan would take another 130 years to complete, but he would be delighted, I am sure, that the scale of the undertaking is so titanic. And of course, it's not just text. There are loads of illustrations and diagrams. So if you're reading about the Achaemenids and you want to know more about those rulers, you have a pull-out genealogical chart of those rulers, and it goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. There are many maps, many pull-out illustrations. It's a really beautiful set, and the set I have is effectively unread. So the volumes are 60 or 70 years old, but they're in mint condition. I can't guarantee that they will be kept mint because I actually used this work and will use it almost every day. And if it gets a bit battered in the process of being used by me over the next few decades, then that is no bad thing. Books are to be read, not to be stared at on the shelf. Okay, that was the update on that. And I hope you enjoyed learning a bit about this great work, which is so important. It's worth learning German just for unlocking the ability to read it. Okay, I'm just going to say a few more words about a couple of series which I mentioned earlier on, but didn't say much about beyond saying these are plain Latin and Greek texts without commentaries. They're just the raw source text of an ancient writer in Latin or Greek. And these are 2 series, the so-called OCT, Oxford Classical Text Series, which is in Latin and Greek, and the Teubner series. This is a Greek version, but also that's a Latin and Greek library. So what we have here are 2, I wouldn't say rival, but parallel series, and they're both seeking to do the same thing. That's not just to print a Latin or Greek text of an ancient writer. It's to offer an authoritative scholarly text. By that I mean, from the dawn of printing in the 15th century through really to the mid-19th century, so for 400 years, 1450 to 1850, very roughly, almost everyone who wanted to publish a text of a Greek or Latin author mainly went to an earlier printed edition and copied it. There's no copyright. No one claimed to own the copyright of Sophocles' plays or the speeches of Cicero in the modern era. So if you wanted to do the simplest option to create a book that you could sell to students or to the average reader, you could just find an earlier printed book and copy the Latin or copy the Greek. The problem with that is that that's going to be a chain going back to whatever the first printed book was. And unless care had been taken in that early edition, it's perfectly possible that you're just copying a copy of a copy of a copy of a manuscript, which itself was a bad copy of a 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 copy, all the way back to the ancient world. And if no one sort of steps back, evaluates the quality of the text, and simply copies what's in front of them, it will be a bad text. It will be full of errors, of omissions, of alterations, as I was saying before, about the textual criticism of Lucriccius? Well, in the 19th century, which is a period where classics got serious, professionalized itself in terms of trying to seek the truth in a more methodological and careful way, it was clear that Latin and Greek texts needed an overhaul. You had to disregard what previous printers and editors had done, and you needed to go back to the sources themselves. And those sources were medieval manuscripts. Occasionally, we have manuscripts from the ancient world. So in Latin, we have some manuscripts from the 4th and 5th centuries AD, just as Rome is starting to fall. On the Greek side, our earliest full manuscripts are later than that. They're generally from the 8th and 9th centuries AD in the Byzantine era. But lots of Greek literature survives in fragments on papyri. And the oldest papyri go way back into the centuries BC. And theoretically, you can have a papyrus fragment from the same generation as the text that it contains was originally written. Often, unfortunately, papyri were cheap copies, cheap scrolls, and therefore their text wasn't copied with great care. So, to edit a text properly, you need to look at the manuscripts that matter, those which are the earliest versions we can access. All of the copies from them can't be independent of what they're copied from, so you get back to the earliest versions, and it might just be one, and you use your brain as an editor, relying upon what other scholars have said over the last 2 millennia, and you try to correct that text as closely as you can to the original. Okay, that's what it is to edit a text properly. Well, a chap called Benedictus Gotthelf Teubner in Leipzig in what we now call Germany, in the early 19th century got into printing. He founded B.G. Teubner in 1811, and in the 1820s started publishing his own books. That did okay. And by the 1840s, he realized, actually, I could do pretty well by starting a new series of little edited texts. And he called this the Bibliotheca Scriptorum Graecorum et Romanorum Teubneriana, which means Teubner's Library of Greek and Latin texts. And that launched in 1849. A few authors appeared that year. And if we look at what it looked like, here we have a Lucriccius from 1852, so relatively early on. You have an introduction in Latin. Latin will be the language of introductions of all of the books we're going to look at, because it's the language of scholarship. And your introduction summarizes mostly 2 things. 1, what manuscripts you have looked at as an editor, and number 2, what sort of textual critical principles you've followed. But if we move to the text of this early Teubner, we'll see that it's just the Latin of Lucriccius's poetry. Why do I say just? Because if we compare that, which is just the Latin text, to, let's say, the first OCT, which appears in 1900 and is also Lucriccius, you'll see at the bottom of each page that after Lucriccius's lines, there are some words printed across the bottom, and on every page we'll find that. If we look at another edition, much more recent, for instance, Martin West's Greek Teubner of Aeschylus's Tragedies, we'll see that even more of the page is taken up by this stuff at the bottom. So we've got the Greek text of the chorus here of the suppliants, and we have 10 or 12 lines of things being written. One final example before I tell you what's going on. Here's Cicero's philosophical work on the ends of good and bad, De Finibus. And we have at the bottom more of this, even though it's a prose text. So, what's going on? In these texts, you as a reader are being given a certain amount of power. Yes, the editor chooses what is actually on the page in terms of Latin and Greek. He or she would be looking at the manuscripts, looking at what scholars have said, and deciding what he or she thinks is most likely to have been what the original author wrote in their lost original copy. But they know that that involves some guesswork, some uncertainty. They are not saying they have 100% confidence that the text they have printed was indeed the ipsissima verba, the very words of the original author. So what they do, or what they should do, is to give you the information at the bottom of the page of where both important manuscripts offer different readings, or where they've accepted the guess of a modern scholar who thinks the manuscripts just can't be right. So I'll just give you one example so that things don't get too laborious. Let's see. Okay, just a simple example here. We're now in the 7 against Thebes. In the chorus here, line 774, we've got Polybatos printed in the text. But we're told down here, where line 774 is referenced, that Polybatos is a conjecture by Blomfield, C.J. Blomfield, who was editing the play in the 1810s. Ex sigma, he's taken it from a scholiast, from an ancient commentator who must say something about Polybatos. But the manuscripts, all of the manuscripts of importance, have Polybotos, a different word. So although all of our manuscripts give this word Polybotos, the editor has followed what a 19th century classicist decided, which is that we should instead read Polybatos. So that's the principle. But we as a reader, I'm not saying we should think this, but we could say, actually, no, the manuscripts were right. Polybotos is better. Blomfield was deluded, as was the editor Martin West, perish the thought. And when we look at the text, we want to bring Polybotos back in. We're allowed to do that, even if it would be pretty irregular here. So that's called the apparatus criticus, which means the critical material, the critical support, the critical help, which allows you to be a critical reader, learning what the manuscripts say and telling you when the editor has diverted from what the manuscripts say. In the earliest editions of the Teubner series, that information just wasn't given. Instead, in the Latin preface, you would get a summary of some of the most controversial bits where the editor has got involved, but then you were sort of left alone for what followed. Now, the Teubner series was extremely successful, and by the end of the 19th century, you've got hundreds of options in Latin and Greek. This is a catalogue at the start of an edition, and we've got 3 pages in tiny print summarizing all of the volumes then available. Generally, they looked like this on the Latin side, blue cloth, and on the Greek side, orange or beige. They're generally small, but occasionally you would get an editio maior, a bigger edition, such as Friedrich Marx's famous edition of the anonymous rhetorical work addressed to Herennius, which, as you can see, is much bigger, has a big apparatus at the bottom. Okay, so the Teubner series goes from strength to strength, and by the 20th century, it's one of the 2 authoritative series for getting good Latin or Greek texts. The text you can trust the most if you as a scholar or as an enthusiast really want to read something that is as close to Euripides words as could be had. Obviously, Germany has a complicated 20th century, and when the Second World War ends and Germany is divided, Teubner divides as well. So the original Teubner in Leipzig is now in East Germany, and that stays there. But a separate Teubner emerges in West Germany, in Stuttgart. And for the next 50 years, from the 40s to the 90s, Teubner exists in parallel in East Germany and West Germany. Generally, that's not a problem because they're sort of working together, but sometimes both arms of Teubner issue texts of the same author by different editors. So there's a Catullus and a Horace of East Germany and West Germany in the period, which can be relatively bizarre. Anyway, they reunify in the 90s, and then you don't need to know this, but just to round off the story, in 1999, Teubner's bought out by P.G.W of Munich, and then P.G.W in 2007 is bought out by De Gruyter, based in Berlin. And the year before last, De Gruyter bought out the big Dutch publisher in Leiden, Brill, and they're now called De Gruyter Brill. So De Gruyter Brill own Teubner, even though Teubner are still publishing Greek and Latin texts, which now look like this. Orange for Greek and blue for Latin. This is Shackleton Bailey's Horace, in more than one sense of the word, because it's also Shackleton Bailey's copy of his own edition. Okay, so Teubners are great. If you're buying one for a good text, generally speaking, you need to get one from after 1900. There are a few exceptions, but the 19th century versions are generally a bit behind the curve, with some important exceptions. But you could have a 1920s Teubner, and that's as good as it gets. You know, Baruch's Charisius over there is 1927, I think, but it's great, and it's probably not going to have a better editor in future. Okay, what next? Oh yes, the OCTs. The Oxford Classical Text Series, or to give it, again, its fancy Latin name, the Scriptorum Classicorum Bibliotheca Oxoniensis, the Oxford Library of Classical Authors. What's the story there? Well, they got on the scene a bit later, almost certainly because they'd seen what Teubner was doing. They is the Oxford University Press, in its sort of educational arm called the Clarendon Press. And in the 1890s, they decide that they too can edit and publish Latin and Greek texts. So a committee forms and they choose what they're going to issue. But it's complicated to edit a text and it takes time. So they came up with their wish list, but in many cases it took a long time for the edition to appear. And I'm familiar with this process because I'm editing a text for the OCT series, and it is taking time. It's not a thing worth rushing. So what is the first OCT? Strictly speaking, it should be something like this. Lucriccius is De Rerum Natura, edited by Cyril Bailey in 1900. But a case can be made that actually it's this, which looks slightly different. Robinson Ellis's Velleius Paterculus, which, although it's not called an OCT, we know from the files it was part of that movement. And if you look at how it appears with the Latin text and the Apparatus Criticus, with the Latin introduction, it basically is an OCT in all but name, and that appeared in 1898. So I don't need to go on at length about the OCT series because much of what I've said applies. They publish texts of Latin and Greek authors. The introduction is always in Latin, with the infamous exception of Lloyd Jones's edition of Sophocles, where it's in English. And that introduction tells you about the manuscripts used, tells you something about the editorial process, and then you're into the text itself. The early versions look brown with this sort of strange floral pattern. For the most part, they're in blue cloth. This is a Catullus. It's got the Christ seal stamped on it. I'm responsible for that. And as you've seen in recent years, the dust jacket is green for Latin and blue for Greek. Here's Aristophanes. but you'll recall that I have a soft spot for this kind of thing, which is the Indian paper bound together versions of the OCT series. Here we have 4 or 5 of Cicero's speeches bound together, with the Eton crest in that case. And here we have the 5 OCTs of Homer in one vol. So first half of the Iliad, second half of the Iliad, first half of the Odyssey, second half of the Odyssey, and then the Homeric hymns and random little works like the Batrakamua Makia. So, Greek text, apparatus at the bottom, lovely stuff. OCTs, because they come on the scene around 1900, the great majority of OCTs from the point of their first launch to now are good. There are some that are not great, like Murray's Euripides, Bowers' Pindar, and so on. But even earlier versions of what has now been replaced are pretty serviceable, and they're honest. They'll tell you where they've meddled with the text and where not. Here's one curioso with which to end. This is a rare OCT because, a rare Teubner, forgive me, just because they didn't print many versions. It's Nonius Marcellinus's De Compendiosa Doctrina, which basically is a work that's obsessed with rare words used in early Latin, but the author, or rather the sources the author used, had access to loads of lost works which just don't survive to our day. So it's a treasure trove for fragments of lost Latin authors. Anyway, W.M. Lindsay edited it in 3 volumes. Here we have those 3 volumes bound together, but almost every page in this edition of mine has manuscript additions made to the apparatus, made to the text itself, all the way through. And the additions and the alterations are made by the editor, W.M. Lindsay himself. This is effectively his edition of his own edition. Whether or not he wanted to print another one, I don't know. But this was given to St Andrews, where he spent most of his career. And of course, this being the 21st century, St Andrews got rid of it. It's invaluable. I haven't yet had the time to work on it, but it's someone who spent 20 or 30 years editing their own printed edition of that wonderfully interesting author. So, make space on your shelves for OCTs and for Teubners. They're excellent things, and if you want a physical text in your hand that you can trust, they are the place to go. Okay, I just want to add a few remarks, if I may, on this series, which you know and love, the Loeb Classical Library series. And what I want to summarize in brief is why I, as a professional classicist who spends his days reading ancient literature in Latin and Greek, who has all of the texts in Latin and Greek, as well as the commentaries and the dictionaries and so on, why do I also have the full set of the Loeb Library, which has an English translation to the Latin and the Greek? Why have I spent money and created the space for such a series when I have, as it were, the more professional scholarly tools that don't need a translation? The answer is that in almost every case, a Loeb is an important tool for the scholar, and I'll explain briefly why that is. But first, a bit of broader context. Where does the Loeb Library come from? It's 112 years old now. It appeared in 1912, but why did it appear? In brief, it appeared because in the 20 or so years before 1912, late 19th century, early decades of the 1900s, there's a crisis in the classics and with the classics, which is to say, many people in the Western world realize that the growing power of different nation states and their increasing competition and rivalry means that what people really need training in is modern languages. An English person needs to know German or French, maybe even Spanish, so that the interaction between these rival countries, often seen to be rivals, can be smoother and more successful. So there's a big movement, and this happens in America as well, to push out the ancient languages of Latin and Greek, which had a huge part of the curriculum in many schools, and instead to fill that space with modern vernacular languages. The argument was obvious. You can hear it in your heads already. Why teach people to be fluent in Latin and Greek when we don't have to do diplomacy with ancient Romans or with Spartans or the like? Instead, let's train people in useful languages so that they can engage with the real world we're in. And that argument was successful for many people. Remember, it was a time of huge and rapid technological innovation, and many of the modernists felt that the classical world was literally behind us, and we were artificially trying to keep up its importance in a way that just didn't make sense in the brave new world of the 20th century. Why is that important? Because what actually happens in the 1900s and the 1910s is that Latin and Greek decrease in the classroom and in many cases are removed from the school entirely or made optional. So many people who in the 19th century, just by virtue of having gone to school, could read Latin. By the early 20th century, people are leaving school and their education has left them unable to read Latin or certainly ancient Greek. So for someone who's, let's say, in their 20s or 30s and wants to engage with ancient literature just as anyone would, they need a translation because the Latin and Greek is no longer accessible to them. That actually is where we are in the 21st century as well. Outside Italy, there's no country whose educational system leads to the consequence that an average educated person in a profession is able to read Latin or Greek for leisure. In Italy, you will see certainly older professionals on their way to the law court or the hospital or whatever it may be, sitting and reading Seneca or Virgil in Latin. Why? Because their education was broad and deep enough for them actually to be able to read Latin for pleasure, even though they never were being trained to be a Latin scholar as a professional. Okay, so a gap in the market is deemed to exist in the early 20th century. You've got your Teubners and your OCTs, but they're just the Latin and just the Greek. So how are you going to bring people in who don't know Latin and Greek, but they want to read Propertius or they want to read Sophocles? The answer is you publish Latin and Greek texts with a facing English translation. And that might seem an obvious thing to do. We're used to that. But these things didn't really exist in the 19th century. The closest you get are basically cribs, which were published to help schoolboys cheat with their homework. You'll find instances where there's a Latin text line by line, printed double-spaced, and literally over every word is a translation. And this is a crib to help people with their translation homework. But that's not the same thing. So Heinemann, the London-based publishers, commission a couple of editors who are really schoolmasters, Page at Charterhouse and Rouse at the Purse in Cambridge, to come up with a new series. And it's financed by Loeb, who's a banker by trade. And it launches in 1912. This is the very first volume. Apollonius Rhodius, who wrote a Homeric style poem, but about the sailors on the Argo searching for the Golden Fleece, led by Jason, the Argonautica. And that's only in 4 books as a poem, but they're the longest books in Greek literature. Some go up towards 2,000 lines. And this is volume 1. This is quite a nice copy because it's inscribed by Seaton, who was that first editor, to another fellow schoolmaster, Botting, who was at St. Paul's. So it was teachers commissioning teachers to produce the first volumes. And that gives you a sense of the kind of level they were pitched at. People who had gone to school, but were going out into the world not to be classicists, and Greek with a facing translation would help them out. At the back of this first volume, you'll see that there's a catalogue for the Loeb Classical Library, and it's very ambitious. It's got these books ready in September 1912 and November 1912, and then future projects. Many of these came into being, many never saw the light of day. And at the end, you'll see this note. Under the title Machines or Mind, Dr. Rouse has written an essay on the advantages to be gained by study of the classics. It will be forwarded post-free on application. That essay, which is basically a promotional essay for the Loeb series, is brilliant. And on the website I've mentioned a few times, Antigone, antigonejournal.com, we republished the whole of that essay. And you can tell from the title, Machines or Mind, Rouse is basically treating this moment of crisis where technology and the future is being set against the classics and the past and the humanities, science and humanities, in conflict, and saying this is an existential moment for what people want out of life. People need to realize that the humanities are called that, not because they're just something humane to engage with, but actually they are the encapsulation, the decoction of the most important things that animate the human condition. And if we leave behind the humanities whilst chasing technology, not only will we become lost to a world of machines, we ourselves will become machines. Why? Because we will have lost the sense of human self, which a human being necessarily needs to know. So we need the humanities to educate us in a way that we're not self-aware of about what it is to be human. It's a great essay, and you can find it for free online on the website. Okay, well, there's now, 570 odd volumes of the Loeb series, and I just want to add a few comments as to what makes them particularly valuable for me. First thing to say is that historically the Loeb library is of varied quality. From the beginning, there were some excellent volumes. Seaton there edited the Greek text of Apollonius Rhodius separately from that. Great scholar, great translation. It's a good book to kick off the series. But then there are some poor volumes, which scholars recognized on their publication were just not good. The text wasn't good. The translation was stilted. They're not a book a serious person would use. To generalize, I would say that stopped happening by the 1970s. So for the last 50 to 60 years, really anything that's come through the Loeb series is sufficiently solid and scholarly that anyone can take it seriously. In the first 40 or 50 years, by contrast, you've got to know a bit to know whether the volume is any good. Thankfully, a lot of the least good early volumes have been replaced by subsequent editors in the last 40 or 50 years, and they're brilliant. So, for instance, Euripides, in its first set was A.S. Way. It's been fully replaced by Kovacs, who's edited the plays of Euripides, probably creating the second most important text after Diggle's OCT. And we also have the fragments. I mean, here's Christopher Collard, who spent much of his life on the fragments of Euripides, with Kropp, also a serious Euripidean scholar. And in 2 volumes, they've edited the fragments of Euripides. And any scholar of this tragedian will regard this as an essential book. So there are works such as that. Similarly, in the case of Lucriccius, if you go to the first issue of Lucriccius, it's Rouse himself taking on the project. And Rouse was a brilliant Latinist, but he wasn't a brilliant editor of Latin texts, and it's not an important work on its first release. But Martin Ferguson Smith took it over in the 1970s, and in 2 waves, edited it. And if you've got the Loeb, which was last edited in 1992 by Smith, it's one of the best texts of Lucriccius that exists. And you will see, it's not just the Latin and the English. We have the Apparatus Criticus at the bottom, telling us all sorts about the manuscripts and about different editorial choices. And Martin, a dear friend of mine, has spent decades of his life thinking about the text of Lucriccius, and this is an invaluable book for the professional scholar. It's not a book for only amateurs. It's actually cutting edge in various ways. Similarly, Marshall's Epigrams in 3 volumes, edited by the Shackleton Bailey. Really important for an expert scholar of Marshall. Why? Because in the late 80s, Shackleton Bailey edited the Teubner text, which is just in Latin. This is actually Shackleton Bailey's own copy of his text and has various further emendations in the margin and so on. But it's just Latin. So if he's made an emendation, a change to the text which is new, it may be ambiguous even to the professional classicist what exactly he thinks the Latin he's put in the text means. Yes, a professional Latinist can translate it, but there are certain nuances, especially when it comes to humour, and Marshall was a comic poet very often. It's not clear what the exact nuance aimed at by the editor might be. So it was very useful that 4 years later, in 3 volumes, Shackleton Bailey edited his own text again in Latin, but with an English translation. So you now have a companion volume which helps understand the scholarly text by virtue of giving his own English sense of what's going on in these poems. Really important contribution. Even more impressive, the 4 volumes of Plautus, edited by the great Oxonian Latinist Wolfgang de Milo. Not only is this a great edition of Plautus's comedies, it is the best text of Plautus that exists in the world. So there isn't an OCT or a Teubner better as it stands. And you will see just from the sheer scale of what's going on, that's Plautus's Latin. But look at the size of the apparatus here, which often involves notes as to what's going on. So it's invaluable to an expert on these Roman comedians. And my set is one of the most read parts of the Loeb library that I have. Similarly, the wheels keep turning. Here's a very recent volume of the Loeb library by Caroline Hammond, where Augustine's De Magistro and De Doctrina Christiana, translated here as the teacher and teaching Christianity, are edited with a translation for the first time in some time. So a really important contribution to people not just interested in Augustine and the Church Fathers, but in the state of education in the 4th and 5th centuries AD. So that, again, is a cutting-edge contribution to scholarship. Then there are collections of material which are of independent value. So the 2 volumes of Greek mathematical works, for instance, this first appeared in the 1930 or thereabouts, but has been revised since. And for someone who wants to get an early hold, an initial hold on what was going on in Greek mathematics, be it arithmetic, geometry, etc., the ability to have not just the Greek with its diagrams, but a translation that instantly inducts you into the technical terminology of Greek mathematics is incredibly useful. It's a great work to have. In the world of philosophy, you will know that until the time of Plato, we don't have any philosopher's works complete. In some cases, that's because they deliberately didn't write. So Socrates and Pythagoras chose not to write. They simply taught orally. But all of the other so-called pre-Socratics wrote at length. We just only have fragments of them. So this 9-volume collection, of which this is volume 1, by Lax and Most, which appeared relatively recently in the 2010s, is a brilliant work. It's 9 volumes going through those early philosophical writers and providing not just a Greek text that's been carefully edited, but also an English translation. Now, there are earlier works doing this, Kirkrave and Schofield, Diels Krantz. All of these scholarly works do the same, but they are big, heavy, expensive, and often out of print. So as a contribution, and a handheld, easy contribution to engage with, this is a set of immense importance. Similarly, if you're trying to deal with difficult and deliberately awkward Hellenistic poets writing, in the age of Alexandria in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, those texts are hard to find. Often they were edited in pretty random places. There's lots of fragments, and the Greek is difficult. Well, check this out. Jane Lightfoot is, in my view, without question, one of the 3 greatest living Hellenists in the world. And she has brought her lifelong scholarship to making accessible these particular figures to a reader with Greek and without Greek. So this is an exceptionally important volume, often calling upon papyri rather than codex, manuscript evidence, and it's a really world-leading piece of scholarship. The same's going on in Latin when it comes to editing the very early authors that only survive in fragments. Livius Andronicus, the very first author in Rome, as it happens, Naevius, Caecilius, etc. So these works are of immense value on their own terms. Therefore, you cannot generalize about the Loeb Library. It is not necessarily a collection where every volume is excellent, but it's certainly not a collection where you can sneer at its quality in general terms. As I've said, many of the best texts exist now in their Loeb form, and the translation is often made by someone whose life has been dedicated to the author in question. So there's been a deep professionalization of the Loeb Classical Library over the last century, in tandem with a general decline in standards of professionalism within classical scholarship more broadly. So, to put it in a sentence, in the year 1920, an OCT or a Teubner was very different from a Loeb. In the 2020s, where we are now, without knowing more, you cannot say with any confidence that an OCT or a Teubner is a more scholarly work on the author than the recent Loeb issued on that author. It may well be, as is the case for many authors now, and this is a wonderful thing, that the OCT and the Teubner and the Loeb are all so important that they are essential tools for the scholar as they are for the enthusiastic amateur. So, well done, the Loeb team. I should say, just as a little plug, that at Antigone, we've launched a competition. This is the first year of it, but it's going to run for at least 5 years, where part of the prize for the best philological commentary on a 19th century text is to win the whole of the Loeb Library. So all the Greek, all the Latin, you get that as well as a decent amount of money. That is a lifelong prize in terms of the value and joy it can give you. And I commend any of you who are setting about collecting the Loeb Library. It's a really fun thing to do. And don't get hooked up on the aesthetics, Part of your brain, your left hemisphere, might be obsessed with the idea of having exactly the same mint dust jacket in red or in green. That's not actually that interesting. I think more exciting is for you to build it up one by one and to gather together the whole range of what Loebs have looked like. Initially, this was the dark cloth they were in. You'll see that the cloth has become a lot lighter since. And as well as there being old dust jackets, which were much more white than they were green or red, you will find variants where some early volumes of the Loeb Library are issued in leather. And it's a floppy leather, limp leather, and that exists for the first 20-odd years. I think it exists until Heinemann were bought out by Harvard University Press in 1934. But yeah, get some early leather volumes. They're very cool. You'll find some that are mint, you'll find some that are battered, but you will then put together a Loeb library that tells the story of the last 110 years of this series, rather than it just being a brand new set. I got my set brand new, but that replaced about 100 to 200 volumes I had, and I gave away all those volumes online, partly because I didn't need to, and partly because, well, it's nice to put books in hands of people who are going to read them. So there you go. Those are my thoughts on the Loeb library. If anyone says to you, you're not a real scholar if you look at Loebs, they're an idiot. So you at least have that against them.